selected others over you, or they may have been people that has tried to sabotage your moment. Whatever the case may be, they didn't stop nothing because they didn't stop the plans of God from first. See, when you keep God first, you're not running out of time because the Heavenly Father has the power to bypass the line. He could put you at the forefront. Any door that people may have closed in your face, God can reopen it. God can speed up the process, but He got to be able to trust you because when you're faithful with a little, you will be faithful with much.
This total garbage. They fooled me twice with it. But then I found the real one, True Ease. I'd already been scammed twice by fake teeth.
And in this season, God wants to make you ruler over much, but you first must be faithful with a little. The reason why I'm saying that is because sometimes when people feel like they're missing out on an opportunity, the enemy will take that moment to try to cause them to be desperate. And once you start becoming desperate, he will then proceed to try to trick you out of your position with temptation. With temptation, he will try to trick you out of your position because oftentimes people start to lose patience. They get to a place of not wanting to wait for a better opportunity. So they may get desperate and they settle for something less than what the Heavenly Father wants them to have. And God said, He's not going for that. Don't settle. Don't allow the enemy to trick you out of your position. There's a much better opportunity that God is preparing for you, and all you got to do is believe God. All you got to do is have faith. All you got to do is trust God, because God's favor is going to cause another opportunity to be available for you in due time. So if people have selected others over you, that's okay. Maybe this is God's protection. Maybe God see how that opportunity was going to run you down, make you tired, or just cause you to not have time for your loved ones and stuff like that. Maybe that opportunity wasn't the best fit for you, and God allowed that moment to pass by because the Heavenly Father is preparing something much better than that opportunity.
True.
And even if people sabotaged it, it don't matter. If God wants you to have a certain position in life, you're going to have it.
True.
See, this reminds me of Daniel. The king selected him to be promoted, but there was people in a position of power that didn't agree with this promotion. So they tried to set up a plan to work against Daniel. Make a long story short, they was successful in sabotaging Daniel's opportunity, and they caused Daniel to be cast in the lion's den. Now, here's the wildest part about it. They were successful in every single thing they did. But that's why I say, if you believe in God and you have faith in God, even when people are working against you, even if they already hold a position of power, if you have faith in God, it is His favor that's going to cause the outcome to work in your favor. It's going to work for your good. So this is what happened with Daniel. He didn't allow them to trick him out of his position. And I ain't even talking about the promotion that King Darius gave him. I'm talking about the position that he have with the Heavenly Father, his relationship.
Right.
He didn't allow people to stop him from praying 3 times a day to the Lord thy God. See, when you don't allow anything to interfere with your relationship with the Heavenly Father, you can best believe it's going to work in your favor. And that's what happened with Daniel. Although he got cast in the lion's den, God shut the mouths of the lions, and He delivered Daniel out of that situation.
Sure.
And guess what happened? The people that got him cast in the lion's den, every single thing they tried to set Daniel up with backfired, because they got cast into the lion's den and they was devoured. So they didn't have the same favor as Daniel did when he was in the lion's den. So what I'm trying to say is this. No matter how many people rise up against you, no matter how many people try to sabotage what God is doing in your life, no matter how many people they select over you, when you have a relationship with the Heavenly Father, you can best believe you don't have to worry about no opportunity, because God's favor will cause an opportunity to come back around. God's favor will cause every situation to work in your favor, to work for your good, because you love God. For it is written, all things work together for them that love God. Not some things, all things work together for them that love God and are called to his purpose. God will even cause you to have favor with people as well, because that's what happened with Daniel. That's even what happened with Joseph. When his brothers basically sold him into slavery and stuff like that, when he went to the place he would become a slave at, he had favor with his master. And his master left him in charge of the house. But to make a long story short, his master's wife wanted to lay down with Joseph. But Joseph, he wasn't going for it. He fled out of her sight, but he left his apron behind. And so she used that to set him up. And he got cast into prison for something he didn't do. But here's the beautiful part about it. Even in prison, the Bible say, even in prison.
Cartoons make complex ideas easy to understand and are incredibly effective at teaching and selling. But instead of telling you about how amazing Toonbee really is, why don't I just show you? Let's say we want a bee explaining the law of gravity. And boom, in 1 second, you have everything created. Let's say that maybe you want a discount promo video for an online app. Just type that, and our AI will take care of that for you. And remember, this isn't just animation. This is AI-powered storytelling. Creating cartoon videos has never, ever been easier. If you can click a mouse, you can create studio-quality cartoon videos in minutes. Every animation in this video was generated with Toonbee, and you're still watching. That proves how engaging cartoon videos truly are. Cartoon videos educate better, capture attention longer, and convert faster, making them one of the smartest investments you can make for your business. So here's the deal. If you visited toonbee.ai right now, you'd see that Toonbee is sold as a monthly service. But today, on this page, you have a rare opportunity. We're offering Toonbee for a single one-time payment. However, this deal is limited to just 1,000 users. Once we hit that number, Toonbee goes back to monthly pricing. And honestly, even at a monthly price, it would still be a steal. Outsourcing just one animated video.
Daniel had favor with the prison guards. So everywhere Daniel went, even though there was an undesirable circumstance, he still had the favor of God in his life. And so to make a long story even shorter, he interpreted his cellmate's dream. It was two people that had a dream that was in prison with him. And he said, remember him when everything comes to pass. One of the guys that he interpreted a dream, they ended up getting killed. The other guy, he got reinstated into his position with the king. But he forgot about Daniel. See, sometimes people even gonna forget about you. But to make a long story even shorter, the king needed someone to interpret his dream, and nobody can do it. And that's when the guy that Joseph said, remember him when you get placed back into your position, remembered him. And he said, I know a God that I was locked up with that know how to interpret dreams. Joseph interpreted the king's dream, and that's how he got out of prison. So that's another thing that you must not forget. Don't forget about your gifts. Don't forget about your talents that God has given you. It may look like you're going to be in your situation for a long time, and that may have caused you to give up on your gifts and your talents. But God said, keep on practicing. Keep on using your gifts and talents.
Yeah.
See, that's how Joseph got out of prison. He could have gave up on everything because it may look like stuff wasn't going to come to pass. But it did. Everything came to pass. Everything came to pass.
Right.
And how he got out of prison
Right.
was because of his gift and talent. and that's to interpretate dreams. God used his gift to get him out of prison. God will use your gift and talent to get you out of that situation you're in right now. But you can't give up. So keep God first. And God is saying, don't worry about that opportunity, because his favor is going to cause another opportunity to come back around. Think about it. That's what happened with Joseph. The favor that God had over Joseph's life caused another opportunity to come back around. Because the king needed someone to interpret his dream, and that's when the guy that was locked up with Joseph, when Joseph said, when you get reinstated, don't forget about me, that's when he remembered. Because God caused another opportunity to come back around. God placed in my spirit to let someone know, don't worry about that opportunity, because his favor is going to cause another opportunity to come back around. That's what's going to happen for your life. But you got to keep God first, and you got to be faithful with a little, because here's the thing. The enemy will turn up that spiritual warfare to cause you to be frustrated. And the reason why he's doing this is because he wants you to settle for something less than what God wants to give you. So that's when the enemy will try to bait you into something lower than what God wants to give you. That's that temptation. Don't fall for the temptation.
Right.
Keep your focus on the Heavenly Father, because you're right on track. You're in position to win big, even though it may feel like that's not what's getting ready to happen.
Right.
But see, I'm living proof that even though your back can be up against the wall, even though it looked like there's odds that's stacked against you, if you keep God first, if you keep having faith, if you keep believing, if you keep on just moving forward by faith, not by sight, God is going to get you to a better day. Your moment is coming. You just got to keep on persevering. Believe God. He said, don't worry about that opportunity. Don't worry about that situation. Don't worry about these undesirable circumstances. Even though it can be frustrating, the Bible tells us to cast all our cares upon the Lord, for he cares for us. He's going to help you get through it. And I'm living proof. I can testify to the goodness of God. God is faithful. And that's why things are going to work in your favor. They're going to work out for your good. Keep on believing. Also, I just want to thank everyone who have been supporting the music and ministry. It truly means a lot. And if you feel led in your spirit to want to continue to support the ministry and the music, that'll truly help us out a lot. All the information will be in the link that's in the description below. And just keep in mind that God has the ability to help you overcome impossible odds. With man, it is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. That's something you got to continue to remember. And this is why God is saying, don't worry about that opportunity. He has you covered. His favor, the favor that he has over your life, not only will bring forth a new opportunity, but God wants to bless you with fresh anointing. And God is saying he's using this time to prepare you for the new role that he wants to give you. So don't settle for anything less than what God wants to give you. That's why it's best to wait on God's timing, because his timing is perfect. And the opportunity he wants to give you is much better than the one you feel like you lost. So keep on moving. Have faith and believe in God. Always keep God first, because there's a better day that's coming. As always, keep me and my family in your prayers, and I will keep y'all in my prayers as well. I pray this word bless you. In Jesus' name, amen. I love y'all.
Flip a bacon and waffles do to your brain. 5 signs that you or someone you love may be in the early stages of Alzheimer's. People make the mistake of thinking crossword puzzles, omega-3, vitamin B12, and memory exercises will stop Alzheimer's. They won't. None of that is enough, and right now, you're going to see what actually works. I'm going to show you something about your brain that most doctors never explain. Your brain isn't just a mass of neurons aging with time. Inside it, there are billions of cells that should be receiving energy, communicating, and keeping your memories alive every single day. The problem happens when those cells come under attack from a silent toxin, one that inflames the brain and pushes your mind into what scientists call brain diabetes, blocking your neurons from using glucose as fuel. In other words, the fuel's right there, but your brain can't use it. It's like a house with electricity running to it from the outside, but all the switches are broken on the inside. The lights just start going out, one by one. That's why.
Again, white man. Look yourself a life, man. Was interfering. USB stick now. Why do you want to put one in my team? Don't get your own bleeding thing. You copycat. You copycats.
So, I've been seeing this online. I've been meaning to address it. And, yeah, so,
I love that girl.
there's certain Asian people on here. And I know that they do not represent the entire Asian community when I say this. So, anyone in the Asian community that's been following what I'm saying, that supports what I'm saying, that supports rights and freedom and just, you know, good vibes for all, this ain't aimed at y'all, so hopefully y'all don't take offense to this. But for those in the Asian community that are going after the black community, y'all need to stop.
Stop it.
Okay? Y'all need to stop showing up for crackers, because they are not y'all's friends. Last time I checked, crackers are the only people that have ever dropped an atomic bomb on Japan.
Exactly.
They're the only people that have dropped Agent Orange on Vietnam.
See?
They're the only people that did the My Lai massacre.
Crackers.
And that's just off the top of my head.
I know.
So, white people are not y'all's friends. They have never been. Crackers have never been y'all's friends. But the black community has had y'all's backs. Like any rights y'all have is because of the rights that black America fought for. So, y'all need to really recalibrate who's on your side, who's at y'all's backs, and who's y'all's enemies. Because white people are not y'all's friends. They never have been. And unless there's a major change in the white culture, they're going to keep going and do the same shit they've always been doing. And y'all going to be catching the brunt end of it just along with everyone else that isn't them. So, you know, just let y'all know.
Gay, the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. But the problem is our communities are divided. For Asian Americans or for African Americans, we probably have one of the worst relationships between any community.
Well, I bet you a lot of Asian Americans too don't, in my experience, don't even realize that if it wasn't for the civil rights movement, there would not be 22 million Asian Americans in this country.
Thank you. What I have been trying to teach the Asian community is, my friends,
nonsense, though.
do you understand that your success, your prosperity, your civil rights that you enjoy right now was paid for with black blood?
Asians are getting mad at black people because black people don't want to support their businesses.
Why would you support your business? Why?
Instead of getting mad at us, do better.
Right?
I
Why?
see a video of
Because
a black
Chinese you want your stuff.
person
You buy our
going to
products.
an Asian business.
So we
just
buy
doing
off
some
you. We
research.
want our own products.
Majority
We
of
send to our own
them.
people.
I'm not saying all
We're
of
gonna
them
make
are
money
racist,
off
but
us.
majority of them.
Because we ain't got
Why
the
you guys
style.
mad at us?
Have
Why
you
don't
seen
y'all
that
support
movie?
each
There's so
other?
much
Sure,
hairstyles.
we
It's
should
unbelievable.
write ourselves. Oh, why
Right?
would you write
Have you seen
yourself?
that
But there's
way they
only so
dress? They got
much
so
us
much
black
hairstyle.
people could do when
It's
y'all don't like
unbelievable,
us.
but
We
you make
literally
money off
exist.
it.
I saw this person
And
saying
then now we don't buy it off you now. So now all the
black
Chinese
people
people,
being blatant
Indians, all
Asians.
complaining.
Y'all are the ones that
Because we're not buying off you.
pushing
It's
white
us
people
all the
start eating
time.
us.
Loads of
It's
bastards,
this white
right?
man
Right?
without
When we didn't go on when we didn't go on the bus, we said we're not going on that bus. It nearly broke down if we didn't go back on it. It nearly broke down out of service because we wouldn't ride it. And we did that for a whole year and a half until you had to say, all right, then we're going to treat you like you would mean treat us like human in this hour dance, you damn tramp, right? And when we take our money away from you, what do? You beg and plead us, oh please, we'll treat you back. We don't want you to treat us bad. We want you to just go away and leave us alone. We don't need you to survive. We have Yahuwah. Go and survive on Satan now.
having no fear. He has just come out and said the truth to the Asian people. He has told them how these people they are. He has come out and said that for years these people they have been disrespecting the wrong people. You have been loyal.
Why does Muslims control the meat when we are the meat children? Why does Muslims have to control meat when we are the meat children? How come we ain't got no butchers? You damn tramp.
the wrong people. Black people fought for your civil right. They showed you love. They opened doors for you in this country, and this is what you have given them in return. So right now we are seeing that black people, they are boycotting Asians businesses in America. They are boycotting simply because of anti-blackness, racism, and disrespect. Guys, I want you to continue watching these compilations of video, and kindly remember to give a video a thumbs up and also subscribe to the channel. Watch this. I'll be back with more comments.
So many Asian Americans show their entire anti-black backside in videos and comment sections regarding the acquittal of Rick Chow and the call to boycott Asian businesses, and now the cross burning in Chicago has been a masterclass in how racism is narcissistic abuse, because so many racecrackers are out here yelling and screaming as though black people somehow did something to us, when all they want is to be left alone. So first of all, Rick Chow was acquitted. I don't know how anybody with a shred of intellectual honesty or morals can be at peace with that, but Rick Chow was acquitted. So for you to be making videos or going into black people's comment sections, arguing as if they're the problem and you're somehow the victim because you feel unpopular in this moment because Rick Chow was acquitted, is narcissism at best and malicious hatred at worst. As for the boycotts, Asian Americans are not entitled to black people's money. Plain and simple. Business 101. Provide quality goods, quality service, and treat your customers with respect. But if you've made a habit of providing subpar goods and subpar service and disrespecting your customers, rest assured, your business is not being judged on the basis of one Rick Chow. Your business is being judged for what it is. If you go into a black neighborhood and open a business, and you've made a habit of treating black customers like they're the problem, pitching a fit and playing victim when your black customers say, we won't be bothering you anymore, is narcissistic abuse.
The roots of anti-blackness handed down to the Chinese, formerly known as Chinamen by our mutual colonizer. Now she gets it. Roll it.
Chinese people have been up to... So here I am. People in China have posted videos of themselves physically abusing black dolls. Like it's normal behavior, and they're just like, oh, this is what I do after a stressful day at work. Are you out of your mind? What have black people ever done to you? Have you ever met one? Have you ever met one and not acted like a complete weirdo around them? Have you actually ever had a black friend? Probably not. But today I wanted to talk about where a lot of the anti-blackness in Chinese culture comes from. Specifically Chinese. First, there's our language. The way we talk about the sun, going out in the sun. 你不要晒黑 is something that every Chinese kid has heard from their parents. It literally means do not turn black. Colloquially, it means do not get tan. But verbatim, word for word, it means do not turn black. Oh yeah, and if you get too tan, your parents will say that you look like a black person as an insult. I don't want to hear any of you saying this to your kids. Do you hear any of your friends saying it to their kids? Say something about it. If your parents say it to you, say something about it. We can talk about protecting our skin from harmful UVA and UVB rays without resorting to racism. Not wanting to get skin cancer is race neutral, is not colorist, but saying you got so dark you look like a black person, that's really weird. And every Chinese person has heard it at least once. Chinese people as a collective have also learned anti-blackness from their colonizers, like from our mutual hater. And I think that shitting on black people will somehow make them whiter. Like I hear Chinese people in China and in the US parroting the most harmful stereotypes that
leave me all alone, just want me to cry. But I'm telling you, girl, I need you so. Won't you come home now? Won't you come home now? You leave me, girl, I said, I need your love. And all I Need you cry, but I'm telling you, girl, I need you so. Won't you come home now? Won't you come home now? Believe me, girl, I said I need your love, and no one else could ever take your place. Won't you come home now? Won't you come home now? Believe me, girl, I said I need your love, and no one else could ever take your place. Won't you come home now? Won't you come home now? You leave me all alone, just want to make you cry, but I'm telling you, girl, I need you so. Won't you come home now? Won't you come home now? Check out. Girl, I said I need your
It's like I try and break through that. Oh no, it's messed up. I need a new computer. Rest done. I need a new computer. Father, I need a new computer. And he says, son, leave it to me. Where is my angel sister? Now I don't want that from me. Might take over receipts. I don't want them stolen and cursed. Damn fool. I have no idea, miss.
All It's silver or gold. But I'm telling you, my brethren, you only lost your soul. Your soul. That's not you. No funny news. There is a message. You know what? I've got to say it to you. Alright. Old King was a merry old soul. A merry old soul was he. Old King was all this gold, and now he's flying the sea. Don't put your trust in vanity, for it will let you down. Don't put your trust in vanity, all he did was drown. You act like Humpty, stuck up on the wall, and Humpty had to wait for, and all of his friends on the money they spent couldn't get Humpty together again. Put your trust in vanity, only child can help you and set you free. Alright, quite contrary, I'll look it all and know it. It's the and proper shells and no food at all. A vanity, pure vanity, and it's spoiling humanity. Vanity. Silver or gold, but I'm telling you, my brethren, you only lose your soul. You lose your soul. Vanity, vanity, it will let down. Vanity, I love it all this morning. Vanity, vanity, and it's spoiling humanity. Vanity, oh yes. No better. Right, your time, Father, now. Your time. Right, where did I get? Yeah. Nice, isn't it? Good time, right? Come here. If you could do that, so do that after. We're going to hold him, guiltless. Guilt, G-U-O-T, and then the less dance. We're going to hold him guiltless. Right, we're there. That's my offering for today. You know the offering, the brown tongue. I'm right, brown tongue. I'm what? Try to say them. Just like I can say my brown tongues to you. You got hide and deals, innit? I'm talking about the hide and seek. Not time for hide and seek. Time for coming out now. You mean to tell me you had over 400 years plus to do your hiding. Now it's time to show, right? Because you was the shepherd for 400 years. Where's the sheep? The sheep's crippled. The sheep's addicted to alcohol. The sheep is a drug addict. This sheep is a sex pest. What have you done to the sheep? You were supposed to be the shepherd, to shepherd over the sheep. Now Father's got to come and gather the sheep. And once he's put them in a safe wilderness, he's coming to smash you up. I mean, how simple can you simplify truth to you? Rasta? And we're still trying to help you and show you the way, but no, you think you're Satan's, stronger than the parents, the parents. We go with the parents, not with the sons who think that they can override the parents. The damn trying, just like father, like son, like grandfather, like great-great-grandfather, all the same. Take after who? Satan. Same behavior. Thinks he's higher than his father.
And in his kingdom, he hasn't even got an emperor or an empress. That's how serious your rubbish is, though, you damn tramp. And then you expect children to follow a ministry that hasn't got a grandma or a grandpa, says the grandchild. So how is he going to be a grandchild if there's no grandma and grandpa? You damn idiot. Hurry, come up, then. Hurry, come up. Let's just say things like pecking under, eat, yeah. If he has murdered people and take their riches and say, right, this is the order. You're foolish, man. This is not the law of do as thou wilt. That's made up by devil children. This is not devil children. My name is not Alistair Cowley, right? My name is Misha'el. I don't know what my second name is because you changed it. I know what my first name is though. You damn tramp. At least they left me with that, a Hebrew name. So when I call it the heavens and the earth, say there he is, because they know the name. It's the same language, guys, that said, let there be light. And then there was light. In Hebrew. It wasn't in English. Nothing happened in English. It's just breath and fresh air. That's all it is. But when you use the Hebrew now, there's something in there. There's something in there. There's something in there when you speak it. You're damn right there is. Well, how else would it be, let there be light? And then there's light. Let there be darkness. Then there's darkness. You're damn tramp. There's something in the word. Hebrew only. Don't forget it that. And we're all Hebrew children. Whether you like it or not. You are children of Japheth. Right? And the lion seed that come out of that is all you guys. So no matter how you want to try intermingle and go over there and intermingle and you go over there and use still the Hebrew, you damn tramp. That's done.
There is a message in what I've got to say.
Oh no, look, man.
Let me see. No. Right, and then go down here now, and then do these ones. Right, so get down to at least that. And then say, look his name. I'm going to do that in capitals. Do it in capitals. Love, yeah. Do it in capitals. His name. And then what about equals? Equals, and then signs. Yes, signs. Signs. 6, 9. What do you reckon? Do you reckon I can write 6, 9 cuts? I think so. Cuts. 6, 9 cuts. 3, 6. Okay, what about that? And a space. You really should write it. Oh, you should write it. No, you should. You should write it once. Yeah. Okay, you should. Yeah, write it once. You know what it is. Dot is no, just normal. Yeah. A-L-M. So, do like that. Let's do like that. What about this? What about that? Yeah, and then take it down the next one. Yeah, do like that. And then do like that. Let me see how this one's going to look. Know his name. Try this one. Know. Okay. Know his name. Yeah. Yeah, do like that. Yeah, and then speak once. And then the equals. Alright, so, and then, where is it again? I don't know what this one is. I-S-A. What's that one? See, I don't know what they are. What's the word? Really? I don't know what that is. I-S-A. I-S-A. Now. Yes. What's I-S-A? What else might know? Aberdeen. Out. Do you want to give me a bag? Do you want me to make another one out of it? Do you want me to make you one out of it? Can I bring it? Oh, yes, yeah. Alright. So that's the way. So that's Isaiah, which equals 52. And the dot. Why have I got a comma here? There's more in it. 52, 6. Why have you done that? That doesn't make sense, does it? Let's do it like that. Oh, and Jeremiah as well. Know his name. Obviously been there. Right, next one is bless his name. Right, give me a break. Right, I know what I'm doing. Let's sort my man out now. Alright, it's getting hot in here. Get back Shirley. Boy, gonna get hot, guys. It's getting hot done. Hope everyone's doing alright. Oh, look, there's some guys here. Hi guys, good afternoon. Some of the crews here. How we doing? You know what, guys? I can't even read your beautiful name. Someone, Alan, where are your wife and kids? Good question. I don't have no wife and I don't have no children. Father's saving me, innit? I know. That's from someone called Alan. Immoral Alan. Yeah, I don't have no kids. What a question to ask me. Any suggestions? Is your name Misha'el? She start blush. Stop it, miss. She says I'm British. Just stop it, miss. In dangerous English. Just stop it. Oi, damn sisters. Good afternoon to all our sisters. Hope you're doing good, girls. Hope you're starting to grow some militancy done. Because these fools can't do nothing without you. Don't forget that. And look how they treat you. They couldn't do nothing. They couldn't even tie their own shoelaces down. Couldn't even tie their own shoelaces. So they don't even know how to treat women. They're a joke, son. They're an absolute joke. Well, where are we? We play music.
She just a drunk yard. She just a play hard. Every time I saw her walking down the street, she just a drunk yard. She just a play hard. I asked her one day to stop for a minute, then she smiled and she a pop star. I get to understand that she love me. She only just a pop star for me. She don't wanna tell me that she love me. She just a drunk yard. She just a play hard. Angela on my lover can't get it. If Sarah got the chance, she would love it. Sharon got the chance and she blew it. So now you get your chance, you better love it. And stop drop yard and stop play hard. Girl, I know that things is so tough. So let's fall in love and it won't be rough. And stop drop yard and stop play hard. Stop play hard and stop drop yard. Stop drop yard. Oh, every time I saw her walking down the street, she just a drop yard. She just a play hard. I asked her one day to stop for a minute, then she smiled and she a pop star. I get to understand that she love me, but she only just a pop style for me. Don't hurt my feelings, baby. I want you to come on and squeeze me. I just want you to love me and stop junkyard and stop play hard. You're really looking fine and I want you to be mine. So this is not the time to pop your style. Stop junkyard and stop play hard. Stop play hard, baby. Stop junkyard for me. Hey. Every time I saw her walking down the street, she just a junkyard. She just a play hard. I asked her one day to stop for a minute, then she smiled and she a pop star. She just a pop star. She just a junkyard. She just a play hard. She just a junkyard. Oh, she just a play hard. She just a junkyard. She just a junkyard. Oh yeah. She just a play hard. Yes. She just a junkyard. Oh yeah. She just a junkyard. See. She just a play hard. She just a junkyard. Oh baby. She just a junkyard. She just a junkyard. Oh baby. She just a junkyard. She just a junkyard.
White people aren't even saying those things anymore. They have learned neoliberalism. They have learned to say, I don't see color. They've learned to hide their racism at least a little better. And then Chinese people are out here doing the work for white people. Thought we were done with the century of humiliation. What are you guys doing? And this is hurting actual Chinese and black people inside our community. There are black and Chinese mixed people who y'all don't even consider Chinese because they have African ancestry.
Somebody needs to explain to me.
In the UK, SIM cards and expensive monthly bills are about to become a thing of the past. Since free internet technology already exists, why keep letting monthly bills?
Why is this? Why do they think they're white?
Okay, I wish I could stitch that video, but basically that person is asking, this person wants to know why so many Korean Americans try so hard to be white. Or in other words, why do so many Korean Americans try so desperately hard to be accepted by white people, and why do we think that we will benefit from white supremacy? And the answer is U.S. imperialism. It's always U.S. imperialism. Particularly in migration pathways that were carved out by military occupations. So let me explain. When I was really young, my mom used to always tell me, oh, if you go to Korea, if you live in Korea, people are going to hate you. And I remember that confusing me so much as a kid because why would they hate me without knowing me? And so I tried to, press her for an answer, and she would just say, oh, it's for no reason. They're just jealous that you got to live in the U.S. Flash forward, I'm in school or college, and I'm taking Asian American Studies courses, classes in critical race studies, and I'm like, oh, I get it now. A lot of us already know the U.S. is not this benevolent country that takes care of its citizens, let alone immigrants, indigenous people, even its own veterans. And abroad, the U.S. terrorizes the global South through military occupation and other means, which includes Korea. You don't ever hear about or see people in Korea, Korean people in Korea, protesting U.S. occupation, but it's there. And there's still this dream or hope of both Koreas one day reuniting or being reunified. Very generally speaking, more recent Korean immigration into the U.S., or maybe I should say from the 1970s onwards, these are people who have the means to. They have the money, the capital, the resources, the social connections, and maybe even more importantly, they want to come and live here. So are the people who resent the U.S. for imposing themselves into the homeland, dividing the nation into two, and in the process separating families forever, are they going to want to uproot their lives to live in the country responsible for that pain and suffering and ultimately this loss of self-determination? Or are the people who sympathize with the U.S. and view the country as this welcoming, benevolent nation, as the saviors almost for coming into the war, are they going to be the ones to want to move and live here? The people that immigrated are probably people who sympathized with U.S. involvement in the war and who also subscribed to the idea of the American dream. And generally speaking, tended to be of the ruling class. And they get here, they either become disillusioned by it, the American dream, and start to question the ideas they've been told, or they hang on to it even tighter and blame other groups of people, other groups of marginalized people, for not being able to self-actualize this dream. This is just coming from my experience, observations, things that I've learned as a Korean American who has family members on both ends of the political spectrum. And again, I'm simplifying things a lot, but I also think that this general idea or explanation could also be applied to other East Asian and Southeast Asian communities. And if this topic interests you at all in the slightest, I highly, highly, highly recommend reading Haunting the Korean Diaspora by Grace Cho. It's a small book, but kind of heavy because it gets into some really dark stuff. But yeah, that's my answer.
I've seen a lot of Asian people getting this out claiming that Asian people have only committed those 2 crimes against black children. And those 2 crimes that were committed were both anti-black hate crimes. Okay, that's true. And my question to them was, can you give me an instance where a black person harmed an Asian child Asian hate crimes?
If black folks boycotting Asian businesses is what it takes to fast-track Asian folks into deconstructing their internalized white supremacy and anti-blackness, so be it. Boycott. I didn't apologize to the black community in my video yesterday so that y'all would magically trust me or forgive Asian people suddenly. I apologize to hold my people accountable, because the Asian community owes an apology, and the black community deserves to receive an apology. Is it enough? No. But is it 1 grain of rice in the direction of repair? I believe so. Trust can only be rebuilt through action, so I will continue educating Asian folks in my life, both online and in real life, to deconstruct the internalized white supremacy and anti-blackness. Because black folks are some of the most soulful, caring people I know, and y'all deserve better.
Asian people should not feel offended when black communities say that they are going to boycott Asian businesses and focus on black-owned businesses.
They get vexed. Because no one's going to buy up Asians, you've got the style. So you see the stuff that we need and then put price and open up your business on our team. Now we get our own.
Nothing that
and that's what you're fretting now, isn't it?
That can
really
mitigate
brown and black excellence.
Other than just depending on their
Otherwise, it'd be what? Savage. It'd be a savage dance.
Cannot prove
Which it still is.
Safe spaces.
It's only more savage now because they're staying at home waiting for father. That's why it's more savage. And all you see is your boys killing, murdering, raping.
Be safer.
Pedophilia. It's your boys. You're not just doing it.
Here
Your
and
boys.
pretend
And
that
you're not talking about it.
anti-blackness does not run deep into Asian
But you're talking about
communities,
as soon as
and
one
that
of
is
us
not
rapes a child, that's
very
something. You're
much
all over it.
in today. And
But as soon as
the
your
way that
rotten son does it, he just briefs
conversation
remind it and then
about
that's it.
people
And then if you do something, say, oh, it's not his fault, he's got mental health
in Asian
issues. And
communities
blame it on
exist,
mental health. No,
there's
he's just
no
an
way
idiot white
that
son.
we can
But you put him on a pedestal and he
which
cannot
is
do
why
it. Because
any
90% of all the
person
males killing
you
themselves are
should
white
not
boys.
feel offended.
So that
when
tells you a
black
lot. You just put on a pedestal what they
communities are trying
cannot
to find
handle.
solutions for things that unfortunately Asian
Otherwise, they won't be killing
communities
themselves, would they? I mean, no one's
fall
not killing them, they're
flat.
killing
They
themselves.
fall flat on their
Because
solidarity.
you turn them into Sir and Lord,
I
you're
saw
doing
that
nothing.
with, like our
And it's too
2020
hard for them to handle.
elections. We
Some
fall
bloody
flat.
idiots, like Sir and Lord.
Need to allow
And then when you give them that title, they
communities
crumble.
to build their own
They get caught
because
raping
we
children,
actually
literally. They get caught doing it, literally.
we cannot be dependent on for them.
And you want to call that Sir and Lord, then you want to come and call Father Lord. No, Lord is Baal. That's who Lord is. Lord is not Father. His name's not Lord, his name is Yahuwah. And it says, don't call me Baal, because Baal is Lord.
Ice cold all
In
summer
Hebrew, Lord
and
means
toasty warm
Baal.
all winter, with zero
And
installation,
Baal is a
zero
prophet
ductwork,
for
and
paedophilia.
zero contractor fees.
Damn
It
trap.
mounts
You
on
don't even know
any
what is what,
wall
guys.
in
You
under
have no
5
idea what's
minutes.
what. You just
Cools
dance
a
around
46 square
devils.
meter
No,
room
it's not.
in just 4,
It's colourful.
and slashes
Dancing in
your
shit.
electricity
You don't even
bill
realise it's
by
shit.
up to
Excuse my language, mate.
75% versus
But it's
central
shit.
air
Excuse my
conditioning.
language. What's the total
It was
piece of
invented
that?
by a former HVAC engineer from Manchester named Daniel.
Criminal behaviour.
Daniel built the first version after his 78-year-old mother's air conditioning broke down in a brutal heat wave.
Some
The
credit
repair quote came back at £4,200.
And you're bringing
She
someone
couldn't
who
afford
all
it.
these old people.
Not guilty.
And you're talking about these are credible witnesses. I'll see you
And
in
that
court.
conversation,
You damn tramp.
the conversation that my community and the black community are having right now in regards to what happened to Cyrus and how Cyrus was murdered by someone in my community. And I just want to say, I am happy that y'all are on the right side of history because great. But also, I am not willing to let y'all join this conversation and do what y'all did during the Stop Asian Hate thing. Because the truth of the matter is, what happened during Stop Asian Hate was that the majority of the people who were harming my community were white people. And y'all chose to scapegoat the black people.
See? You see? You hear this? The Chinese woman saying it. You come and smash up her place, and then you want to come and scapegoat it and say it's brown children. But she's telling you this now. This is what you done in her country. Atomic bombs and all that you dropped in her country. They're not going to forget those things. America was wicked. And then you want to come and brutalize brown children when it's you. And they're telling you this now. But I was pointing it all to your sons. Because it's them. They are the damn problem, your sons. And then when pressure hits them like this, what do? They commit suicide. Go and answer your phone. Go and answer your telephone. The amount of problems you've caused and now you're running up and committing suicide.
In my community. And I just want to say,
these are the ancestors, children. The children are talking to you. They're completely different from the ancestors. Completely different. Rasta.
I am happy that y'all are on the right side of history because great. But also, I am not willing to let y'all join this conversation and do what y'all did during the Stop Asian Hate thing. Because the truth of the matter is, what happened during Stop Asian Hate was that the majority of the people who were harming my community were white people.
See?
And y'all chose to scapegoat the black people.
Thank you.
Y'all did.
Wicked demons.
And created tension between my community and the black
Exactly.
community.
But no,
And now
listen.
you're hopping on to this conversation, this issue that your community created, by the way. Your community created this fucking system. And you have a nerve to come into this conversation.
I know.
And try to scapegoat Asian people. Try to make it seem like it's all of us who harm. But the reality is, the majority of the people in your community are genocidal maniacs.
Honest about acknowledging anti-blackness among Asian Americans, especially when the call was coming from my own house, so here we go. I first became aware of my mom's anti-blackness when I started kindergarten, and it mostly centered around avoiding interactions with black people and not allowing me to be exposed to anything that she considered black culture. So if we were walking and she saw a black person, she would come closer to her. If we were in the car in a parking lot and saw a black person in the parking lot, she would make a point to lock the doors. And I wasn't allowed to listen to rap or Michael Jackson or Tina Turner. And she was hypocritical about that, because I wasn't allowed to listen to Cyndi Lauper or Madonna either. She would call it trash music and say that it was going to be a bad influence. But if it was a white artist, it was not racialized. It was only when it was black artists that it was racialized. And another thing that I think is kind of typical is, as a musician, there were a lot of black artists whom she respected and enjoyed, but she would always say that one black artist is the exception, the rest are bad influences. When I went to school, if I came home and said I made a friend, her first question would be white or black. And that drove me nuts, because in preschool I dealt with a lot of bullying and discrimination because of being Asian, so it didn't make sense to me that she wanted me to turn around and do that very same thing to my black classmates whom she knew nothing about on the basis of their skin color. And when I wouldn't stay away from my black friends, she would resort to making up justifications as to why it was harmful for me. She would say they're going to hurt me and they're going to be a bad influence because they fight and they swear and they're not good students. And of course, none of that was true. And in my household, it was not physically or emotionally safe to voice your opinions, but about that I would, because it literally angered me. And then she would resort to physical violence. And that sealed the deal in my mind that prejudice is purely irrational, because none of her claims had any basis in reality, and that's why she had to resort to physical force.
Because my behavior is shine bright. Mama tells me every day, I need you as a trap when they come into the light, and the people that are telling me the same thing. You picked the wrong child to tell your lies on. Because I want to see which one of you.
We promise a tenfold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can lead to jawbone loss and alter your facial contour over time, but this denture completely avoids such issues. It can be fitted in just 1 second and is suitable.
Unfortunately, I think that when parents resort to intimidation and violence to instill prejudice in their children, a lot of times it works. But I was very lucky because the principal of my elementary school was a black woman who implemented a program called Students Educating Each Other About Discrimination. And that wasn't centered on racial discrimination, it was about discrimination in general. But in that program, we learned to have discussions about discrimination and to identify it and disrupt it. Which at that age just means if you witness discrimination, say it's discrimination and articulate how you know that it's discrimination. So from learning that very powerful tool at school, I was able to identify that what my mom was doing at home was wrong. Additionally, the principal was a black woman, so I had a black woman in a position of leadership as a role model. And in my school district, she wasn't a token. They really valued black leadership, from teachers to administration, guidance counselors, all the way up to superintendents. And so I was surrounded by black role models who made me see that reality did not line up with what my mom was trying to teach me. The straw that broke the camel's back was sometime around the ages of between 7 and 9. I was planning a birthday party, and I told my mom that I want to invite my friend Keisha, which I knew was going to be an issue, but I thought I would try. And she said no, and I said fine, then I don't want to have a birthday party, and she made me have the birthday party. So now that felt like that's not only cruel to me, but that's cruel to my friend Keisha, whom you don't even know because you refused to meet her. Shortly after that, we were walking in the mall, and my mom did this thing that she often did, which is she sees black people minding their own business, and under her breath she mumbles a derogatory term in Chinese for black people. And I remember I pulled back on her hand and faced her, and I said, they are not doing anything. You don't know them. The next time you do that, I am going to go up to them and I'm going to tell them what you said. And believe it or not, the fear of exposure by me actually made her tone it down, and she stopped doing that in public. Fortunately, my mom did not live and die that way. In later years, she came around to seeing and later openly admitting how wrong she was. In her older age, one of her best friends really was black, and my mom admitted to her friend what her previous attitudes had been and why. And from those conversations, I was able to gain some insight as to what my mom's motivation was for her anti-blackness. Because I think most people feel, since Asian Americans also are harmed by white supremacy, how does it make any sense for Asian Americans to be anti-black? My mom spent most of her young life in Hong Kong when it was under British occupation, and then in the 1950s she came to the United States when she was 16 years old. Generations before my mom, her family had been living in and doing business around Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Macau, which were French, British, and Portuguese occupied areas. So she was heavily indoctrinated into anti-blackness in Hong Kong, where she had no exposure to black people that would have shown her a different reason.
Now guys, to understand this situation, we need to go back in the civil rights movement, where black people, they came out, protested, and marched justice for all people. Black people that have been protesting, and they've been not protesting on their own. They've been protesting for justice to all people. They've been protesting for equality and justice to all people. And also, these Asian people also benefited from that black civil rights movement. When black people that have been protesting, they've been protesting for all people, and that is where Asian communities, also Asian people, they also found themselves in America. And also that is when Asian communities, they started building also their businesses in the black neighborhoods. And also black people, they supported these people. Black people, they supported Asian people to a point where they are right now. If there is a people who have really supported the Asian people, it is black people. And that it is true, because black people, they love not only supporting Asian people, black people, they always support these other races businesses. So Asian people, after seeing that black people that are supporting them that become more successful, they started disrespecting black people. They started mocking black people. They started coming out, and they started anti-racism against black people. So they've been doing like this for so many years. And right now, things it is changing simply because we are now seeing that black people, it seems like they are really tired with how Asian people have been attacking them, because these Asian people, they have never come out and supported black people. When black people that have been protesting in America, the Asian community, they have never come out and joined black protests. They have never come out and tried to help black people in America. They have been always keeping quiet, staying silent, and also they have been always supporting the oppressors. And that's why in the beginning, you can see this white man is coming out and say that you guys, you have been supporting wrong people. You guys, you have been disrespecting wrong people. So right now, right now they are facing the reality, and you can see the reality has started to hit them very hard. And right now, black people, we know that right now black Americans, they are boycotting Asian businesses, and all this boycott is also connected with how Asian people, they have been disrespecting black people in their own businesses. These people, they come out and realize that the largest consumer, the largest customer on their businesses, it is black people, and that's why they have been coming always disrespecting black people. You can see how black people have been treated in their Asian businesses, in their Asian store. You can see how black people have been treated, and right now black people have decided to boycott their businesses, and black people have decided to go and give their dollar to the black businesses. Right now, black people are focusing on their own businesses. They want to build their own businesses. They want to build their own community, and that's why you can see right now these Asian people, they're so much rage and furious. And right now you can see the truth that is coming out. We black people, black Americans, during the campaign period, during the election, we went ahead and warned these Asian people to stop supporting MAGA movement, but these people, they didn't listen. So right now you can see also they've come out and realized that the people who can help them in America, it is only black people, because these people that have been showing this towards black people, knowing that
See, I wanna know what you can do for me. That's what it says. What you can do for me, girl? I need to ask him what that one is. I don't know what it is. No, I need to guess it, haven't I? Right, let me ask him what that one is. I don't know what that is. No. I have no idea. I don't know. king with no empire. Rasta, that is just your house of cards fall down. That is all the time though. That's what you've got to chuck at you all the time. That's just the house of cards. Every time you chuck that, it's a foundation with no foundation though. You damn tramp. I have no idea, miss. I have no idea. I'm interested. You never swap old for new. If it's not broken, it doesn't need fixing, does it? You damn tramp. Now, if you did listen, right, to the proverbs, like the oral tradition from the grandma and the grandpa, you wouldn't be in this mess today. Nor would we neither, because if they listened to our grandpa and grandpa, we would certainly not be in this position. Then I talk about the grandma from 1600. No, not her. No, no. That is not grandma. No.
Why are you going away? Was it something I did or something I said?
Anyway,
tell me.
Grandma.
Was it something I did or something I said?
That is not grandma.
Your word love was meant to be.
Right? This is it.
But now you wanna
With the
turn
grandson.
back away me.
The grandson. This is it. Right?
Seems to me your love is fading away. From me you're running farther and farther every day. I wanna know now, why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? Why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? We made the vow on our wedding day. From the tip of your tongue I heard you say, now and forever, we always stay. But now for me, you're going away. I wanna know, why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? Why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? Why? What happened? Tell me. We can talk.
Yeah.
I knew that love was meant to be, oh baby. But now you're turning your back on me. Seems to me your love is fading away. 'Cause for me, you're going further each day. I wanna know, why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? Why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? We made the vow on our wedding day. From the tip of your tongue, I heard you say, now and forever we always stay. But from me now, you are going away. That's why I wanna know, why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? Why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? Why? Tell me why. Why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? Why are you going away? Why you wanna break my heart? Why?
You're right, yeah. Malachi. Right, I got it. They just spell it differently. They spell it differently. Malachi. Where are we now? We are 2-2. E2 and E2. Right. Whoops. 2 and a 2. Do you get it? That's better. Now, whoops. Missed that bit there. Yeah, it's got a nice one, watch. Make it nice. Just steer there. Right, what is next? Is there space? Anymore? Watch, plenty space there. I'm about to get them all in. Give thanks to his name. There's another nice one there. Too close. Give do a video with that as well. What would I say? What would I say? Give thanks to his name. Alright, you've convinced me. I'll do a video then. I don't know what to say. Just say, alright, I'll do it. Give thanks to his name. You've got to do it like this. And this one is the Psalms. Plenty of the Psalms, you know. The Psalms. S-A-M-S. And this one is 105. The 105. And the dots. 1. Alright. How we doing? Couple more to do in it. I've got 2 more to do. No, 4. Alright. Think upon his name. Right. Mr. Tuto, who's next? Go on then. You convince me. Really? I mean, think about the conversation now. Huh? You walk on my door, you drive off my door, all traffic, and then you're walking me down to the same shoe. And now, what's up? Don't be them dirty, big asshole. Take your shoes off, man. They're coming, right? Father's house. Take your shoes off, man. Don't get them brand new. Take them off, them. Right? Easy. Hello, man. He says, I paid 250, more for you. Take your damn shoes off, Dan. I don't care how much you pay for them. More damn for you. The Babylon pubs.
And you mean to tell me, say, you never do nothing and him just fat up your high, so?
It's
Don't mind you, I'm dear. I go and pay my visit. Hold on. And you mean to tell me, say, you never do nothing and him just fat up your high, so? It's true, don't mind you, I'm dear. I go and pay my visit. Hold on. You never do nothing and him just fat up your high, so? It's true. Remember, I'm not getting no damn house. What the hell is this? Don't mind you, I'm dear. I go and pay my visit.
worries. You mean bitterness? It does what up your eyes, so it's true. Him told me on my eye turn black and blue. Weird, I'm going to pay my visit. Knock knock. It's old boy blue. Come here. Oh, wine for your wrist, boy. Come here. You get vexed. Damn Trump. So what's missing? Tutu, the equal. And this was missing. Come here. There it is. Why? That's better. Come here. Why? You don't see better now. See there? Why? There it is. One more. Last one. One more. Oh no. I'm gonna have to work some magic to push it back up. Just one more. And it says, exalt his name. Tutu. Oh no. I have to hear him. I can use some web spinning. Right, exalt his name. That's the last one, isn't it? Exalt. Look at this. No, he wants it in capitals. He wants it capital. Exalt. Make sure you spell it right. I am. Exalt his name. That's what it says. His name. Now I have to dress it up now, innit? Dress up, dress up. Exalt his name. You know the equal sign? And you can find that where the Psalms, weird, the Psalms, my brethren and sistren, the Psalms 34, dot 3, weird. There it is right there. I've done it. Now I need to dress it up. Dress up, dress up. I've done it. Why? I've done it. Right. We be there. Nah, I have to do some magic to it. Spin away. Oh no, it's not looking good, is it? Oh, look at this. Way. Right. I'm gonna do to this. I have no idea. First thing is bring it up. It's the first thing, because I need that space there. Let me see. Right. Alright. Now we're cooking on gas. Where am I gonna put that? I need to squeeze it here somewhere, don't I? I will. I have no idea how. I will. Right. Come up here for a minute. Look nice, innit? I know. Look nice. Plenty more red still. Looks nice, right? Look nice, innit? Boy, I have to dress it up. His. I have to do something to his. Boy. Let's put this fan on. My fan. This. Okay. Look at this. This. Boy, just a kiss and the less. The brown melanin skin. Just stop it. Alright, Satan. Alright, what's it like on the floor crawling? You forget that you're crawling in it. That's what I think people are forgetting as well. His slippers. You know anytime he's in the dance. We've got to just look at the floor. And if not, all I have to do is just make sure you carry your lawnmower in your bag. We got plenty snake in the grass. All you need to do is just go in your bag and get out the lawnmower. And as you see, you see the grass starts slither. There he is, the trap, the snake in the grass. There he is. Obviously they're gonna make you crawl on your belly to the end of the earth. So he slithers, don't forget these things, trap. So you get some of the people to work for DJ trap, the slipper. So now, you have no idea how weak this trumpet is, guys. No idea. This Satan and him children. What about Yahuwah and him children? So if there is evil, right, which there most certainly is, then there has to be good. If there is a she, then there must be a he. If there is darkness, there must be a light. Don't say, what's wrong with you, you silly sausage? I have no idea, miss. He's running a world where, yes, there is a queen. Yes, there is a king. Yes, there is a prince. Yes, there is a princess. And that's as far as you go. Then the rest of it tumbles down. Because the DNA of the king and the queen is the emperor and the empress. And when you transfer that into English, that's the grandma and the grandpa. They'll never teach you that, no. Oh yeah, you forgot the oral tradition. Where do you think oral tradition come from? Deep damn trap. Miss, I have no idea. please. It's like the blind leading the super blind. I have no idea, miss. No idea at all. I mean, even the music we play leads you more than the blind leading the damn blind. It's an insult to truth and humanity, that behaviour there. That suit and tie behaviour. That material behaviour. It's too much noise, man. Because the materials don't speak, so it's the people speak. Too much noise. It's too much noise. Too much noise. That's it, yeah. No, straight on. His name. Just name. You should know. This is the name of your right. See. What's that in there? Let's look back. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Right, what about this? Really? Let's do chocolate. You might do it in two. Okay, you're going to put it in two. Yeah, you're going to have to do it in two. I'll put it on another picture last year. What's that? Yeah, you're going to do it in two. You're going to have to do it in two. How's that? Some notes. Yeah. Great. How's that? Do that. You can turn that like that. Yeah, you can. Do that like that. And then do that like that. Why? No, what happened there? Forget it. Just love it. Just love it, you know. That's what we can do. It's named. That's it. It's done. Space is too cheap. Let's put that on. That's better. Right. That is changing. Right. Come here. Right. That's done. That's too cheap. It's better. Get rid of that. Like that. Change that to that. Right. Okay, that needs to, and that needs to, and that, and it's done. What am I going to do with that? Oh, that's an elevation. That's an elevation. That's an elevation. It's nice out there, isn't it? Nice. Oh, look at his family.
Have you ever seen a magical product that transforms any ordinary space into a romantic universe in seconds? This is the ultimate Starlight.
All right. All right, so I'm gonna have to keep my comments very short, else this video will be very, very long. So let's start here. Isaiah chapter 59, verse 1 through 4. Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened that it cannot save, neither his ear heavy that it cannot hear. But your iniquities have separated between you and your God, and your sins have hid his face from you, that he will not hear. For your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies, your tongue has muttered perverseness. None calleth for justice, nor any pleadeth for truth. They trust in vanity and speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. And with that being said, all praise to our Heavenly Father, the Most High Yah, the great I am that I am that. All right, so I'm gonna have to keep my comments very short, else this video will be very, very long. So let's start here. Isaiah chapter 59, verse 1 through 4. Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened that it cannot save, neither his ear heavy that it cannot hear. But your iniquities have separated between you and your God, and your sins have hid his face from you, that he will not hear. For your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies, your tongue has muttered perverseness. None calleth for justice, nor any pleadeth for truth. They trust in vanity and speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity. And with that being said, all praise to our Heavenly Father, the Most High Yah, the great I am that I am, in the name of our Lord and Savior. Some of y'all call him Ocean, some of y'all call him Yahweh, some of y'all call him Jesus. All right, so in this video, what I have, went through, I've gone through a lot of people's videos, right? In order to give y'all all of these different testimonies. Okay. I'm gonna give you that eyewitness testimony again in the Carmelo Anthony case, because from what we're hearing now is that Carmelo Anthony got jumped. So did Carmelo Anthony get jumped, right? Now there was people who saw a videotape from the school district, right? And I'm gonna show you all of those, all that information that's out here, okay? So first, let's go to our first person, right? Matter of fact, let's give a shout out to all the different content creators that, so we get that out of the way right now. Sure. So let's go and I want to give a shout out to all of them that I watched their videos, got their content, and I'm going to show it in this video, in this video, okay? Nice one. All right, so the first person that I want to give a shout out to is Tiffany Billions, and the Billions Network, because this is where I got, a lot of the content. She has really been putting a lot of work in, to expose, what has happened, in the Carmelo Anthony case, okay? All right, next, I'm going to use some clips from No Captivity with Freezy. This is his YouTube page. That Tiffany Billions was a TikTok page, okay? So you can go there for her, and you can go here, No Captivity with Freezy, right? He, has been doing a lot of exposing as well. And finally, Lakeisha Keisha, her YouTube page as well, right? And so we're towards the end, we're going to use some of her content, okay? But shout out to all of them, for pleading for justice, like the scriptures call. This is what this is. We're us going in and looking at this, and we're supposed to plead for justice, because you're going to see there's been a major railroading of this young man. All right, but with that being said, let's start with the first testimony from the first video.
Hunter and the media, they wasn't telling the truth. Unimpeaching. I saw that it was raining. It was drizzling. You could see the raindrops coming down, and it was very it was clear. It wasn't grainy at all, and you could make out people, but you just couldn't tell who the people was. But by me knowing what had happened, I could just about tell, who was who and whatnot. And I didn't see the group of guys coming from the I must have missed that from the elementary school, but I did see when they approached Carmelo. It was 4 of them. They approached Carmelo, and one of them was standing up. They all were standing up. But this guy got right in, he went right up to Carmelo and he bent down and he got in his face. And it was an uncomfortable moment for about, it seemed like forever, but it was about 2-3 minutes, you know what I'm saying? They must have was going back and forth. You couldn't see people's faces, you just could tell that something was going on under that tent. And he was surrounded. They had this guy in a yellow poncho that my spidey senses went up because I could tell he knew something was going on because he was looking at him and then he got off camera and then he came back. He sat down and then he looked back at Carmelo and them because he knew something was going on. Before all this had happened, it was just a peaceful day at the track meeting. You could tell that nothing really was going on under the tent until they approached Carmelo. So after that moment of uncomfortable, that little moment right there, I saw like a eruption of commotion went on, and I saw like arms just swelling. It just was you could tell it was fighting. And then all of a sudden, Carmelo just jumped up, and because he had stayed sitting down the whole time, he jumped up and went to the back of the tent. He made a U-line. He might have went up maybe 2 or 3 bleachers, and then he made a U, came down the bleachers, bust his butt, jumped up in a split second, and took off running. He was really fast. I lost Carmelo. I couldn't find him again. So I turned my attention back to the tent. And you could tell something had happened because some guys had started chasing Carmelo and people was leaving too. They spread out on both sides of the tent. Okay, they spread out on both sides of the tent. People was leaving and some people started going towards the tent, I'm assuming to help. Well, a little while later, the ambulance showed up, but I think the cops was on the scene first. They had a cop behind a building right in front of the back fence. On the right, one was on the left, and then a little later on, a cop pulled up like on the road to the left of the building. You could see that cop car, but you could just see the lights on the top of the other 2 cop cars. And let me see. Okay, the ambulance pulled up a cop pulled up like on the road to the left of the building. You could see that cop car, but you could just see the lights on the top of the other 2 cop cars. And let me see. Okay, the ambulance pulled up and I couldn't see Austin. He must have had fell. He came down the bleachers and he must have had fell like where it was out of sight of the camera because you could only see half of the tent. You could only see half of the tent. And he must have fell on the bottom half where I couldn't see. Well, they took out the gurney out the ambulance and they walked around because they never had an opening right where he was, so they had to go around and go to him. Once they got to him, I guess they was working on him or whatnot. Then I saw them come out the ambulance with a yellow body thing, which is like they move and hurt yourself. They passed that over the fence to the people with the gurney, I guess, and they must have put him on top of that. Then a little while later, they're rolling him out, and the ambulance backed up to the opening of the fence towards the back of the field. they put him in the ambulance, and the ambulance, you think that he had already passed away because he was in real need of medical attention. You know, they would have been trying to get him to the hospital like ASAP. But I'm not sure about that, and I don't have no facts to prove that. It's just my opinion.
All right. So that's the first testimony that you heard from a Mr. Lee, right? And that was on Tiffany Billions, you know what I mean, the Billions Network TikTok page. But remember, when Jeff Metcalf, you know, Austin Metcalf's dad, went off on that rant, he mentioned Tiffany Billions, and now I see why. Let me show you that clip, and then we're going to hop over into that first eyewitness account that I showed y'all. You know what I'm saying? When I seen that last year, before anybody is viewing this videotape. You know, Mr. Lee just now stated what he saw in the videotape. You know what I'm saying? The guy that I'm going to show you after Jeff Metcalf, he was there, and he's going to tell you what he saw as an eyewitness. All right? So let's go back to the videos.
Tiffany Billions. I don't know what kind of glamour shot you steal from other people and put up on your profile, but it don't match to your goddamn water buffalo looking ass when I saw you at the courthouse.
It's a ship. There's another ship in this system with me. Humanity isn't alone in the universe, and I've just met our neighbors.
Balance rules. Professional conditions.
It was raining. They got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, you know, places where they, you know, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? On his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity, so I'm watching everything going on around it, because I'm there for my children. So dude walks up, McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting there on his phone just trying to get dry, you feel me? One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to cut.
Bye.
Dude went in his bag. They went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah. It wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro. Austin, the dude that got unalive, and his brother physically went over there to intentionally. He had to. It's not to the point that he brought a knife. For one, it wasn't on school property. The school is at least 5 to 10 miles away. It was community track meet, bro.
All right. So now y'all heard that is the eyewitness testimony, right? Now you're going to hear as all the rest of these people keep testifying. You know what I'm saying? These are people who watched the video, right? And we can confirm that there's people who actually saw a video. I'll show y'all that list here in a minute. But let's go back to the next video witness that, person who saw the video. Let's go to the next testimony.
Took the tips and tricks that they were giving me of starting at 11 minutes before. And in the beginning, of course, she's talking to me, telling me where my timestamp is and everything, and about the time of when the commotion is all going to start, right? And that was around 9:54. But in those 11 minutes, I had enough time to familiarize myself with the screen, determine, where could the boys be coming from. So before I even went in, I made sure I looked at my maps to know where the athletic building was and the middle school, just so I could look on the screen where they were coming from.
Tell Monday what you need. We're creating an agent and naming him Tony. Now let's give him context. I'm giving Tony access to the relevant boards, let's say.
And it was raining.
At all. There was both that as well. They did not sit down at all.
Now y'all heard that. That's coming from this woman whose name is called Miss Daisy in the her username. I don't know if that's a real name or not, but the bottom line is you hear from her testimony that they did not sit down. They walked directly up to Carmelo and surrounded him. Okay? So now let's see where Hunter is now caught in a lie, because from the video evidence, that is not what happened, what Hunter said. Let's check it out.
A couple of kids were walking back from the field house of the middle school because we attended that middle school when we went to middle school, and they were saying hello to old coaches and catching up with them. And then we're walking back to our stand. We put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there. We're not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down.
We come back, we sit down. We come back, we sit down.
And this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. I turned around and asked him who he was. Started getting really aggressive. My brother stopped him. He started doing, how the hell he always does with his brothers, just stopping my back. And things started getting more higher in intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff. They also try to hit the problem.
All right, so you see, according to Miss Daisy's testimony, Hunter told a lie. So now let's go back to Miss Daisy's testimony.
Don't make women self-sufficient. Well, how else are we going to be if we're not Hebrew? That rubbish, mate. If I says not
and like we even said, I'm going to repeat it again because I liked how I kind of tagged it of the predator and prey. They were walking with a purpose. There was no time for them to sit down, so I just wanted to kind of like debunk that as well. They did not sit down at all. The commotion happened, and it moved from underneath the canopy to a little bit above the canopy, and then you could see Mello, which we're going to say Mello because he was the only one in that light gray hoodie, run down, fall, and then get back up and continue to run. And I do not believe that he was running to flee the scene. I do believe that he was running to seek safety. About 3 or 4 other boys were still following after him. So I didn't want to watch him too much. I knew to get my eyes back on that canopy.
King, Emperor,
so I could continue to watch the commotion. It went on, just seconds continued a little bit, and then you could see people kind of down, and then
And you know what it's like?
we would presume that
his
is
eyebrows, and they go
grabs
up
his
that
chest,
Dr. Spock. You
and
know
he
him
falls,
best.
right, and falls to the ground and then lays on the
Right.
ground. I saw people rush over to him, and at that point, you know, people are scattering like roaches. Like, you turn on the light, and you know, they're gone. So people hung out on the field, and then there was a guy in blue. I'm assuming would have been like a teacher, coach, or athletic trainer of some sort to come help as well. And then, you know, like I said, 9:54, 9:55, that was when all that happened. 10 minutes later, like to the T of everyone else has said, that's when the ambulance kind of pulls in, and then they try to get that stretcher out. Once the ambulance pulls in, you can't see, you know, the group there anymore. You couldn't see Austin or anybody laying around because it's blocked. So you see them take that stretcher out, they go wheel it around, and then they clearly start working on him. But there were still people hanging out on the field, and then you could see, I saw like 4 other guys walk in with a bag, you know, drop it down and start working on officer. You can see the officer ran from the middle school, run across the field. Again, this is around that 10 o'clock mark, you know, 10:04.
Where in the history
and
you are?
then there were a couple of officers that came in, laid that tarp over the poker. And
so you got birthright as well, yeah? Just
two
because
of
you
them,
believe.
you know, I would agree, they touched the bag. 2 people touched the bag.
So what about those who are born into it? But you think they get more tricks than those who just believe?
And then you see them, like, the caution tape and everything went up. I stayed and watched the video up until the point of that ambulance, you know, wheeled him back in, and because they were getting ready to reel him in, the ambulance was backing up, so they didn't have to push him that far.
Because when we grow, you'll testimonish, because yours got built when we was in detention. Don't forget that Edward Colston, neither you Cabot Circus. Don't forget these things.
That
Kids are
ambulance
coming
and one
back to their
car had
squares.
left.
Don't forget that.
And then just kind of
And
sat
what
there
Ark
and
of the
watched
Covenant, that's
just
the
a
main
little
one
bit
we
more.
want.
But they're at that point, you know,
Rose.
you can tell that they're just investigating the crime scene from there on out. So there was no play pause.
And we will get it.
The video
I
was
bet now
crystal
something
clear.
to
It was
win a
not
hand
granular. It was like a
just tell you who it's a great for.
4K
Just like
TV.
Pharaoh.
But
And
when
you
I
know
say my
powerful than
nose
Pharaoh. Pharaoh's
was
more
dang
powerful
near to
than
that
you.
TV,
Right? And look up to Pharaoh.
I just wanted to make sure that I could
When we
see that
attacked his
hand
first
because it is in that
ball,
far left corner, and it's half cut off. You don't need to see the other half anyway, but that's kind of my rendition of what I saw.
Alright, so you're here. Her testimony is very consistent with all the others that we've heard. Right? Now let's go to another user whose name is 12
No, sorry, tell him
Tribe.
to bless me.
You know,
That's what he said.
and that's what is
And
basically,
then an hour later,
you
it
know,
comes out
his
with
username, I guess.
600,000
He
men.
says
Comes
he
back as
went
well.
and saw that video 3 times.
Just come on, let us go,
So
Kenya.
now let's go and listen
You
to
got all
what
the
he
riches,
says.
you got all that, but no, you want the children.
Visibility match.
You want to chuck them in the river.
Cross control.
But still you want to have control over them. Even though we beat you up and got them back. They're still on the way. You still sent 600,000 men. After we smashed you up.
Look
And then we had to drown
This
you
isn't
again.
just an
Isn't that
ordinary
arrogant
denture,
to
but the
speak about these
globally
children?
popular, flexible,
But it's
smart,
true, you
custom
can't
denture
function
kit.
without
It's
these
incredibly
children.
easy to
That's
use.
what it is.
Just soak it in hot water
And these
for
children
1
are fed up
minute.
being ruled
It
by you.
instantly
They wanna go back
activates
to
in the
what
hot
we
water,
ruled by
becoming as
Father.
soft as
We
modeling
understand
clay.
why.
Next,
You
simply
brought us
place
to
it
these
into your
people.
mouth and
We
gently bite
understand
down.
fully.
This
As they
unique,
didn't
flexible
conquer us,
material
gave
will
us to them
automatically adapt
and
and
took
perfectly
power out of our
mold to the
hands.
unique
He
shape
gave
of your
us all our
jawbone,
riches, and
creating
there's
a
still
one-of-a-kind
trillions in
custom-made
debt. Isn't
denture
that
just
rubbish
for you.
these people are?
You
So
no
when
longer
Father
need
says,
to
right,
book
come here.
expensive
Where's the
dental
stuff that do?
appointments
You
or endure
multiply
months
and
of
trick.
waiting.
What have we done with
Today,
it?
you can
And
easily
you're
create your
trillions
own
in debt
premium
now to
custom
Satan.
denture right at home.
You
This
didn't
isn't
even need to
cheap
go to
plastic.
Satan. He
It
gave
locks
it
snugly
to
against your
Rasta.
gums. So natural, so secure. Talk, laugh, even jog, zero slipping, zero shifting, made with biosimulated material that mimics real tooth translucency and color. So realistic, even up close. No one will guess it's not your own teeth. Crunch into apples, sink your teeth into steak. Eat whatever you love, freely, confidently.
Right?
It feels so
I
light,
gave you
so
status to
comfortable,
be a
you'll
shepherd
forget you're
for
even
400
wearing
years.
it.
Not
Like
me.
your real teeth
But I
came
gave
back.
you, not
And
me.
right
I
now,
gave you
we're cutting the
status
price
for
in half and
400
giving you a
years.
second set
Even a
free.
bit extra.
2 premium kits for the price
I
of
never
1,
stated that.
plus 14
Even when I
days to
started
try
rearranging
risk-free.
my children,
90-day quality
2019,
guarantee.
you didn't realise
If you're
it.
not
Hey, it's too
thrilled,
busy with
full
COVID.
refund,
Oh, I got mine,
no
you got
question.
yours, I got
Tap
mine,
the
you
link below
idiots.
now.
You
Reclaim
damn
your
fool.
smile.
The
No,
number
you do it.
one
You got mine. I got
best-selling
mine.
upgraded
I'm
silicone
protected.
dentures.
Protected
No
from
dentist
what?
required.
He chucked
Tested
that
by
back
over
in
1,000
2019.
people. They fit
Before I did
99%
was
of
finished,
users
and then he moved the
perfectly.
pieces around.
Right now, it's the lowest
But
price
you have to
anywhere
just
online.
occupy you.
Made
You
with
got yours, I
patented
got
adaptive
mine. I got
silicone,
your
they
booster, I
work
got
whether
you.
you had gaps,
You
missing
have
teeth,
no idea what's
receding
going on,
gums,
do you?
or just hated your old dentures. No more slipping, shift.
These same children the system's got you to hate. And you thought, why the system's got you to hate children that's never done anything to you, which makes you look like the wicked person you are. To take certain people who've never done anything to you. So you grow up this jealousy and hate because it's been put in you. That's why, because you only understand what you're shown them. And plus they're giving you treats for it as well. And you've never had nothing.
Nobody was
So you do
bothering
anything for
anybody.
anything.
All of those kids were at rest and waiting
Even
on
gave
the
up
light
the
to
children.
make. It was
But we
almost
did the
boring.
same thing as well. We did the
About
same thing as
11 or
well.
12
Gave up children to
minutes.
the systems, they can burn them.
That's when you can see those boys, well, say about 8 or 9 minutes. Those boys walked up from that, they walked up from the bottom area
This
down
is
there.
why.
It's a couple of them disseminated, it was about 6 of them. Then you can see the other 4 boys, they walked directly up to Carmelo.
That got
Carmelo
because it was just Egypt.
never knew
but this time it's the
where they
whole
were coming from,
world
anything.
that took part.
The kid wasn't even paying attention.
But all your ancestors done.
They walked up to him, they surrounded the
The
kid.
whole world was planned on
So
destroying
if
the
you take
grandchildren. The whole
4
world.
boys,
All
when
the
you put
sons
4
took part
people,
in
you're
it.
sitting
All of them,
down.
even the Africans. They were
One
the
will
main
be
ones.
all the way over to your right,
We was told
one
to
is
go
next to
there for
him,
protection.
one is
They
next to him,
protest.
and one is next to
We
him.
had burning children from
Blocking his
Africa.
entrance.
We
The
learned
kid
from
couldn't
white
get
man. We
out.
learned that nonsense from Africa.
That's why he never stood up. Because he couldn't stand up.
Africa is another nightmare. You stay there.
Then that's when you see,
Lots of places
all of
in
a sudden,
Africa
that's like the
that
lady
basically
said, you don't see this big commotion. I said, oh, that's when they
You
jumping
stay
it?
there. Speaking of Africa and
Because I used to do this stuff for a living, so I knew what questions to ask her. Because they had directed her not to give us any information.
The children. We are Shem.
She said, well, it's gonna be, you'll be able to see the commotion. You're gonna see it. That's when you can see those boys jumping that boy. Now, let me say this. When those boys were walking, let me go back a little bit. When they were walking on that walkway, those boys was coming with a purpose.
British white women.
You understand what I'm saying? They were coming like they knew where they were going. And they had to because they walked straight up to him.
You're not allowed to do that.
When they start jumping on Carmelo,
there is no way
he was defenseless. So some people say they call it crab crawling. He was backing up backwards. He went up about 1, maybe 2 bleachers trying to get away from him. They were grabbing him, trying to gaffle him. You can even see, you can see his right arm. He's trying to jerk away. Just like somebody's grabbing you, somebody's trying to beat you up, and you're trying to get away. Now let me say this right here before I say what else happened. He was fighting, but he was fighting for his life. The kid really wasn't even trying to fight them boys. He was fighting, but he was fighting for his life. All of this shit they talking about, Melo said this, Melo said that. Let me be clear with you. Nobody knows what Carmelo said because Carmelo ain't came out to try to paint a narrative about his story. First of all, these arrest reports that they have out there also, they ain't worth shit.
That's what he wants to show on us.
They ain't worth shit because the people that they talked to were the people who basically was involved, first of all. So let's get back to it. So when Carmelo was trying to get away, you can see them trying to pull him and jerk him back in. Now let me tell you, let me say this.
Wow, crazy.
This is what I
used to come in for war and see black women.
Carmelo had that poker with him,
horrible letters in American men.
but he didn't use it.
So it wasn't American women.
You see, when Austin and Hunter was jumping on him,
she wasn't even allowed to
especially Austin, being very physical with him, I guarantee you're going to find that boy slipped on those wet bleachers. Because let me be clear with you, there was a constant drizzle rain. So the notion that it was not raining, that's a lie as well. It was a constant drizzle rain, meaning that people had umbrellas. You also had people who was just standing there with hats on, but those people got soaking wet.
So now he treats women just the
So
same.
those metal bleachers in that concrete was very slippery. Well, I guarantee you what we're gonna find is Austin slipped and fell as Carmelo was jerking away and trying to get away from them boys. See, he wasn't stealing.
Instantly turned into a coconut. Instantly.
He wasn't stealing.
What about the children? What about
And I guarantee you're going to find also that Hunter and Austin, because they knew jujitsu, I know
Now, Bob's
jujitsu.
got to come and gather the sheep now.
You got to grab the person. That's more of a ground and pound
They're broken.
type fighting
They got
technique.
broken legs. They got broken
It's not
arms. They got
stand up.
disease, infection.
That's why jujitsu is not really good in street fight because you can keep you sleep.
This new game to them anyway. And those are the people I'm looking for. The people who are weak.
One of the most outstanding, him and those both have been athletes all their lives. From soccer, baseball,
thinking that Father's just saying, because you're like this, you ain't gonna come true. No, it isn't. It's a lie. It's a damn lie.
Football,
because Revelation,
they did it all. And they excel every night. And I told them, you guys are so lucky. Because not everyone has your talent. But you have to make sure you take that talent and harness it the right way.
I'm looking for those
Austin
men
was able to harness many things in his
That's
life.
what it says. One line. Hebrews 7:28. That's the time.
Can't wait for the good bit. Neither can she. Skip straight to the good stuff. Stream ad-free with ITVX Premium.
Look at this. Seriously, look. If this came out earlier, plumbers would be out of business. No matter which drain in your house is clogged, stop wasting money on pros. Professional pipe cleaners fear this method the most. Just 15 minutes. Seriously, 15 minutes, and your pipes are clear for good. This is Powerful Drain Cleaner, a triple threat solution. Cleans pipes, kills bugs, eliminates odors. It has nanoparticles that stick to your pipe walls, forming powerful cleaning foam. It not only dissolves grease and clogs, but also kills eggs, wiping out the source. Add hot water, pour it right into the blocked pipe. You can actually hear it fizzing. So if your pipes are plastic, no corrosion worries. Kitchen sink, bathroom drain, use it occasionally for better flow and to stop nasty smells from coming back. The best part is now on sale. Click the video link.
Shut up, Corey. No one ain't even seen you down the right side. You don't see your TV, you know what you're doing, Corey. Don't try. Yeah, people that nonsense.
Because you got to get him on the ground. That's why he was grabbing. That's why you'll see those ligatures around his neck.
That's what it says.
That's why you don't see those ligatures. Look at his nose.
Right.
With these people playing
So
like
what
they don't
happens,
see
right?
that. That's
when you ride the bicycle and you fall off, you just keep getting on and getting off. Because one day you'll get used to it and you'll conquer it. That is the same thing with life. Because you don't get it once, means, oh, they're not going to accept you. Because you know, that's nonsense. That's just him. So you can just do as you want and red tent. That's nonsense. That's not pushing yourself at all. That's not even finding out who the hell you are. None at all. That's just rubbish. Just because he's not coming, that's all. Because he's not coming over. That's all it is. So he's just got to try and get as many people as he can to come over with him. And he's getting a bit lonely now, as you can see, because people are waking up here in the combative fears. He's getting lonely now, miss. We think this is a joke, right? You think we're joking? Right? You think we tell lies? Do we look like we tell lies? You damn tramp. We look like we tell lies. Do we look like we tell lies? You know my father would utterly destroy me. Utterly. He doesn't do these things, man. These things that you do so freely. Right? Because monkeys see monkey do, so you do it freely because they're doing it, they're doing it. That doesn't mean that we have to do it. No, it doesn't. You know what it says? This is what it says up here. It says, look. You, right, were created to be a light to the world. We must overcome evil with good. So just because he's not, that's him, leave him over there. You've got different plans, guys. And you've got something inside you. And if you ain't got it inside you, the earth has got a law that you have to follow. And if you don't follow it, then you just die in unrighteousness. It's as simple as that. It's not difficult, is it? You just like, you're like living in sin, that's all. And then when it comes to you now, you're like, well, what do you think? What do you think? You're as worse as your ancestors, because all the wickedness they've done, they've left it for you to clear up. So what are you going to do? Leave it for your children to clear up? There ain't going to be no time for no children. That dance is done. Forget that rubbish about your planning for next year and year after next. That dance is pressed now.
why he has those bruises and those marks on him. Now let's be clear. Carmelo was not being still because he was trying to get away. He was trying to get away from it. But when Austin...
What about in this right, guys? And it says, no empire, not one. One has. I've seen 251. But that must have been a lot of brown tummy. Anyway, No empire has gone past 250 years, right? No America, I brag and I show off, right? February just gone 250 years. 250, what did I just say? No empire has gone past 250 years. Go and have a look yourself. Maybe one has skipped by, I don't know how. And America is now on 250 years. I'm bragging and boasting. I never not once has it gone back and even thought about the people that it massacred and murdered. Not once did it even think. And every February for the 250th year just gone, they have celebrated every year. Big grand celebration. And never have they even thought about the people that they massacred them. So when Father comes to massacre you now, no one's going to be thinking about you. Because not only there, you've gone everywhere across the world, right? And done your foolishness. It's just that your ITV and BBC One and Channel 4 and the internet wasn't around them time there. And that Channel 4 and them are your friends. So they're not going to be telling you stuff that you've done. But now the time is near and people are just seeing the wickedness that America's been doing all this time. And it's only now Father's revealing all this truth because the first bowl's already come out of the horse. Bam! And that is to wake the children up, waken up the dry bones, but also chuck the truth in. And those who are wicked, put this thing in their spirit to make them fearful. Bam! And that is the dance with you, well. Yeah. You stay there. You don't read the Bibles, you don't know what the hell's going on.
When Austin grabbed him and was trying to grab him, Carmelo was moving and kicking and trying to go backwards because remember, they're standing over him. That's when I guarantee you'll find, we're probably going to find out that he failed on that poker.
This is the 40 Sons.
That's why Carmelo only had a smidget of red stuff on one of his fingers. And the arresting officer didn't even notice, I think, until the third time of searching him or something like that. And by the way, that red stuff was not Austin's, it was Carmelo's.
I know they're after is your children.
Wow. Also, that poker was found half open, meaning that that would make sense. Because 225, 230 pounds, falling, 225, 230 pounds falling on a poker, that's what would cause that kind of pressure to cause, you know, something like that to happen to that kid.
Wow.
There's no, they were up on him, there's no way that he would have been able to, he wasn't standing up drawing like a barbarian and poking that poker. Now that we know that poker was only, what, 3 some odd inches.
Barbarian.
There's no way. It had to be a serious force of weight to come down on that poker.
Barbarian.
See, that's why Hunter, that's why they didn't know that he was poked. So when Carmelo finally got free, he looked to the right. He didn't go that way because you had a couple of canopies over there. He looked to the left. And that's when he bowled it diagonally down those bleachers, those wet bleachers. Now, I've never seen a kid that is a stone cold murderer like these people trying to paint him out to be. Like that. What I have seen, though,
let's make a video.
Is in my line of work, I have seen individuals, when they poke one, they're going to poke them all. Now, that's a bona fide murderer.
Right.
Okay? That's a bona fide murderer. And I'm going to be clear with you also. When he got down, when he ran down those bleachers, I don't know how he didn't fall at the top. He fell at the bottom.
It's nice out there. It's nice.
He jumped up.
Nice.
He took off running.
Right.
He paused and looked back.
Let's make a video.
That's when he noticed those 3 boys were following.
I'm going to do first. Do that one.
And he took off again.
I'll do this one now.
I know this verbatim specifically because I asked the administrator, what is that building right there? Because see, what I did was, I watched every move Carmelo made.
Right.
Ocado price match your shop to over 10,000 products from Tesco.com. Ocado, the online supermarket.
Why not? Let's stop it.
I watched what?
I watched what? Oh no. I didn't computer, but I think you could get that.
It's just an illusion. And almost confusion. It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion.
Always.
And almost confusion. It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion. And almost confusion. It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion. And almost confusion. It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion. And almost confusion. It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion. And almost confusion. It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion. And almost confusion. It's just an illusion. It's just an illusion.
Nice, isn't it? Yeah. Today's date is what, guys? Excuse me, brothers. Today is Thursday, the 18th, guys. It's Thursday. Thursday's baby. I wonder what Thursday's baby is. I know what Tuesday's baby is. Thursday, the 18th, isn't it? Yeah, the 18th of this June. Right. 26. Kiss. You know, see that. I know to sing it. Come here. Now, look at this. Now, this is on my day, you know. This is on the day. This is the day I came out of my mother's warm room. This is the Earth Day. This is what it says. This is what it says. And it also goes for the 5th of November as well. It does. So any child that's born on the 5th of November, this applies to you as well. Ah, I know, I missed it. Yeah. You catch it now. Jojo. Oh, yeah. Yes. What is? I know. What can I say? Andrew Gurney. Good damn right. Good damn right. They give me little bits, don't they? Hold on to that, right? Good damn right. Look at this. Let's stop bits. Right. So this. Good. Ready. That's ready. Right, so I want to do this, so I want to take that name and then I need to open that up a bit more. Oh god, you're not going to ask my man to do, I'm going to ask him to do it for me. Yeah, it's going to take ages. Right, I'll put this there, let's take a picture of that there. Get my man to open it up. How am I going to do it? It's this one here, right. What am I going to ask him to do? Open it up for me. Yeah, right. Albany. Can you... It's going to be here, right? We half an hour this time. Lucky, redheads. Got it. 26. Got it. Right. Let's reprint it now. Do I need to write it all up? Do I need to write it up? Do I need to put it up? Where did you get it from? No, you don't need to write it up. What can I put on it? You can write something, can't you? So it's like, if it goes down one, what do you think? Let me see. Let me see. Yep. You might have got another one. I think you might have got another one out of it. Father's name. What should I write? What should I write? No, not that. Not that. No, not that. I don't want that. Right. What can I write? What can I write, guys? Apostrophe. What do I do? There was Kodesh meanings. That's a nice one. You hear as Kodesh meanings. That's a nice one. want to get that, put on there. I'll just read the list. Put one there, put one there. I'll put it in there. That would be brilliant if you could. If you could, you can, why not? Even put that there as well. No, let's go with this one. Let's go to this one. I'm good. I'm just in there very still. Try not to do today, don't I? Yeah, because that's too small. You can't really see. That one's a lot better. Keep that one here as well. I'll put that one here. Yeah. That one's nice. Good mention. I work on it from the guy. Just needed it a lot bigger. Yeah, to see it. And it shows you where you can get it from as well. Do I do that as well? Do that, do that, do that, do that. Do you reckon? Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, that big right there. Yeah, I do. I do. I'll do this fish in a minute as well. We fry fish. He hasn't tried my fried fish yet. You said, see, I said, shh. I get to last time in a pan in from say, that's nice. I said, wait to try this one. You fried fish. Yeah, we'll look at the glass on it over here. Oh, it was doing good, guys. Nice weather, innit? Nice weather. You know what that means, innit? Tomorrow, looks like I'm going to be doing big gardening. Big gardening. Spotless gardening. You know, spotless. Nice weather for it. You know, some people, they just lay in the sun. Kind of lazy. They just lay to stop it. We play in the sun, as you know. We're not laying it. Go and do work in it, man. You burn out in it. You're damn right you do. They got to work underneath a shade or have a shade hat on. What that nonsense though. You just back up the string vest. You just go out there and just hi ho done. The hotter it is, the nicer. It's weird with your cold flannel. Don't forget the cold flannel. Weird. That's half the battle. The cold. Oh, but you can't though, can you? Because you're into looking pretty. So when the sun shines, you can't even wipe your face, can you? Because all that nonsense comes off. Good. Let it come off and let your skin be able to breathe. All that nonsense, because he said you look good, you get likes if you look like that. So what happens when you're hot and you need to wipe that nonsense off? You can't do it, can you? Because you're going to spoil your face. It's just foolishness. And then when you take off all that nonsense, you've got a bag of spots and a bag of lumps. Why? Because of the nonsense you're putting on there. You're putting alienated materials on your face because he says it's good for you. Because he's done it in a laboratory. What did he try it on? Some rats or something, and the rats was alright, so he says they'll be alright. Are you dumb? These are people that just started washing the other day. 1855, they refused to wash. Refused. The king, the queen, all of them said, we ain't washing that, we use perfume, that's what we use. Well, we're not speaking to you because your breath stinks. That's what the king and queen was told by many leaders. And they said, we don't care. So what's your period? Oh, just spray it. 1855. Go and have a look. It's not hidden. And then these people want to come and tell you about hygiene. And Hebrew as well. My father's so Kodesh. Really? The children can see now. And that's what you hear. Because remember, you sent children to school to use what? Tracing paper to wipe their bottoms with. Don't forget that. That's right. I'm going to try to wipe his ass with tracing paper. That's what you did in the 70s to us. That's what you did. I'm so proud about you. I don't see you giving yourself tracing paper to wipe your ass over. You're the worst. You're the worst stuff. And then damn blazers to buy the money for school uniforms. Another murderous syndrome. Wicked. The system is wicked. To learn that brainwashed nonsense. It does nothing for humanity. Not at all. It just exercises more brutality in that nonsense they call a system. That's just designed to hurt people. That rubbish stuff. Controlled by him. You can't even tell him about, I can't give you no tax system. No, it's alright, it comes out automatically. You ain't got no choice in it. I'll give you pathetic money an hour and then still taxes you on top of that. It's just greedy, just a horrible, just horrible. Just can't stand to see the suit and tie barlid. Right, that's why if I was going to take away yours, Nancy, how you struggle, and you don't even have to make your bed, let them boil a boiled egg without burning a boiled egg. I mean, how do you burn a boiled egg? But you burn it, though. And you're going to see the things that you take for granted are the things that you can't even do, which are basics, feeding yourself. McDonald's and Burger King ain't feeding yourself, that's killing yourself, you damn fool. You processed nonsense. And then when you get addicted to that, right, guys, then you have to go and see their doctor. Because there's not even one piece of nutrients in there. There's not even 2 pieces of nourishment in it. No, it's designed not to have none of that stuff in there at all. Nutrients, what are you talking about? Not at all. What do you think about the Ritz Hotel? Can't have them things. Mad. What do you think you're dealing with? Jacob and them lot? You're dealing with Esau. Damn fool. You know, you taste that food tastes like poison. Oh. That's why Father says, don't bring that smell to me. That odor smell. I hate it, he says. That's what he says. And then when he smells his one, he says, that is pleasing to me in the clouds. When we cook his food, how he tells you how to cook it. Draining the blood, everything. People don't even know about that. People think it's alright to keep blood as well, Father. Not really hear it now. So they're swapping the human. The blood is the human, though. And they're giving the human inside the next human. Just mix up now. And Satan will say, yeah, it's alright to give blood. Of course he's going to tell you that. What about drinking it? He tell you that as well. Did damn tram. Wayne Wonder, dying without you. Worries in the camp. Let me just quickly do this for fun. This is looking nice in it. You've done right. Look at it. I've seen it. I've seen it, miss. You see when the touch does? You give the child the words. And he just colours it in now. You see? Just stop, kids. Second time around, don't be like a bleeding clown. Boy. budget if I need to. Right, I'm going to do this then. That, and that. I do want to see if I can put one there. What do you reckon? Let me see if I can do a bit of magic. I'm going to keep this one for me and put this one here. This is for May 11th and November the 5th. It is for children. So I'm going to do a video. Oh, I will. I do one. Thing I'll explain that. I don't know if to include this as well. Yeah, we will. Feel like that. Include that as well. One was missing. You. I want you on there as well. Oh, his name. Look at his beautiful name. What's written here. I want that. So how am I going to do that then? Need to go over to here. Take pictures of it. On the street. And then that's it. Come on in. Right. Come here. Elohim. Come here. Wait. Pretty, you know, you see the British Hebrew. That's very pretty. The British Hebrew. Is it nice, isn't it? Yeah. The British Hebrew. Is it? Wait. No, sir. Quiet trying. America can't produce more like this. It's mad. It's very stupid. America's finished. Marvel won't take none of their offerings. Only from one or two of them. But that place is done. The north. I know I heard it say that the children are scattered mainly in the north. Yeah. I know. I heard it yesterday. I heard it. Stop it. Right, so we can hear it. Look at that. That's just lovely. Look at that. So that's it. I need to go get my wife to get some oil. I mean some ink. So yeah. See, we're doing it again. That photo. Look at the eye and everything. See, that's what's so damn right. Look at this. Wait. Well, I'm going to keep these two up today. I'm going to put these two up. They're beautiful. This is for me now. I'm Forever's born on November the 5th. And I'll do a video in a minute. What else am I doing with you now? I am... Right, I just want to see if I can do a little trick with this. Right, but in the meantime, right. Come in.
He did. And she told me at first that was an athletic building. We later found out that there was some kind of medical building. Because that's where he ran. He ran over there to that building, trying to get away from him, and I think that's where he found the resource officer. Now, that's what happened on the video. The rest of this bullshit that these people are talking about that didn't see that video, they're telling lies. Right? You know, I'm gonna tell you something, host. I don't know Carmelo. I don't know his daddy. I don't know either one of them. I don't know the Metcalfs. I don't have a dog in the fight whatsoever. Like I said, when I saw those videos, and the story was changing. But what I haven't never seen though, I've never seen the victim come out and try to explain. But then when they can explain and actually tell the public what actually happened, they stop. And say, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. Well, what's the purpose of doing an interview? See, because normally you would have Carmelo's family coming out saying, my son didn't do this, my son. That's what you normally have. So that's what raised my eyebrows, and I called some of my former colleagues, you know, that's all in law enforcement everywhere. And we all talked about it, and it didn't make any sense. So that's why I went to go see the video, and I was quiet the first time, gathering information. Then I went the second time. Now, about the third time, I think I went the day after the young lady who had went, I think Tiffany may have said, or somebody said that she tried to, you know, video it or whatever, who was a Austin supporter. I don't understand that as well. If Austin, if they know that Austin didn't do anything, the Metcalfs didn't do anything, and if they know that Carmelo is so guilty, then why don't you want the public to see the video?
Right.
So see, we can save all the taxpayer money and just go ahead and get a jumpsuit for Carmelo. But these people are doing everything in their power to keep the video from being shown. But I've never seen people in my life, especially these BLK people, who would want to see a young black boy, because he's not a man, he's a boy. They would want to see him locked up, and they have not seen the video. They have not done their due diligence. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
Right.
And it makes me sick to my stomach that another black man, who every day that we walk out Every day we walk out our houses.
I know.
There's a chance that we might not make it back home.
Yep.
Being a black man.
I know.
Period. And for other black men to say he's guilty, but you didn't do your due diligence to see if the kid was guilty. Because I'm gonna be clear with you. If the kid did what they say he did, I wouldn't be up here. Now I wouldn't say nothing.
Yeah, you don't get justice.
Because I ain't gonna say nothing against my brother. But I wouldn't be up here. I got other stuff to do. Because it's not gonna affect my life one way or the other. So it ain't no lies that need to be told.
Yeah.
Right. So what you see here is a list of people who viewed, right?
Yeah.
This video, right? And the reason why I think number one, you're gonna see a D right here, but you don't see the last name. Okay? Then you see another D right here where you don't see the name. Okay? You know what I mean? Because this is the one guy that said he saw it 3 times. Okay? So I mean, it'd been on the 24th, the 26th, and then he said towards the last day. Okay? Here's the third time down here, right? Which would have been on the 17th. Okay? So, as you can see, now, another name that I want you to see is Morris right here. Another name that I want you to see is Kira right here. Because we're going to get their testimony after I let y'all hear Tiffany Billions. You know what I'm saying? Y'all going to hear Kira's testimony too. All right, and this is from that same list where we see, 3 additional names that saw the video on the 17th. And as you can see, they got the little star where it says, this does not include information protected from disclosure under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FDRPA, and the Texas Government Code. Okay, so but this was the list. All right, so with that being said, let's go to and watch the next testimony.
Reordering ink with Incredible is super simple. They include a QR code on the back of each pack. If you scan that with your phone, it'll take you through to the exact page for your ink cartridges, and the QR code automatically applies a discount code. And you've got an option there for express delivery if you need them super quick. You'll have them in no time, you get them installed in your printer, and it really is as simple as that.
Look at this. Oh, look at this. The son, the grandson. Look at this. Look at this.
But blah blah, yes, I did see the video, and the video is not G14 classified, as Mike Howard said in the comments, and not to confuse him with Carmelo Anthony's attorney, because he's not. Okay, I did see the video. I saw the video a couple of times in one setting, and I saw the video when they were allowing the rewind of the video. They were allowing us to skip around, and when I say us, I mean myself and the private investigator, the family's private investigator that I went with. And what I saw in the video was Carmelo sitting there. I saw someone in a gray sweatsuit. First of all, let me say this. I saw a canopy, right? And we had to zoom in because the video started off across the field. So we had to zoom in to see what was actually, just to get a closer view. Now, everyone under that canopy had on black joggers and black sweatshirts, except for one gentleman sitting on the back row. He was in gray. He had on gray. And what I saw in the video was him being approached by multiple people. Well, let me back up. Initially, after zooming in, it's a really boring video because you see him just sitting there, like for minutes, and he looks like his head is down, his hoodie is over his head, and his head is down, and it looks like he's just looking at his phone. Okay?
Really?
Yeah, and then so what happens is you have a couple of people that walk across the field. They walk up to the bleachers, and it's more than 2 people. And then you see this pushing back and forth movement which could probably be translated into, fist, but the video, you can't see, you can see movement, but you can't see who's hitting who, right?
Right.
You do see the gray sweat, the person in the gray, they disappear because they're surrounded by these black hoodies, and you see them disappear, and then you see them they're moving as if they are fighting. And then
so this could be potential multiple people involved.
Oh, definitely, it was multiple people. Definitely.
Wow.
And then you see the gray sweater, the gray hoodie try and crawl backwards out. You see him pull back in.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see the fighting still ensue. And then you see him crawl out. You see him run up the bleachers. And then he runs down diagonally. He falls on the next to the last bleacher. It looks behind him because he's being chased.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see him get up. And as he takes off running again, you see who I believe is Austin Metcalf coming down the center of the bleachers. It looks like he's clutching his chest area. He is walking, he has like a Frankenstein walking down the bleachers, and when he gets to the concrete, he falls to the ground. Okay?
Wow.
That is what I saw on video.
All right, so you can see, even Tiffany Billions, basically testified, and all of her testimony lines up not only with the other people who saw the video, but also with the one eyewitness who was there and gave his testimony a year ago. All right. Now I'm going to show you next is, I think it's Newswatch, who had basically did a piece on it, and you're going to hear them describe how that video really is real. You know what I mean? But you're going to hear the part that he omits, right, when he did his report. Let's go check this next clip out.
Frisco, Texas, here in the stadium where the incident happened back in April. The camera that recorded it is up there, up in the cross box. Basically, across the field, right at the 45-yard line, the yellow tent across the field. It's raining that day, and there's people milling about. There's people warming up on the field here on the tracks, getting ready, but it's raining, and so people are on their umbrellas. Across the field, on the 45-yard line, there's a yellow tent, a sports tent, that you can see a bunch of people huddled underneath, getting out of the rain. On this side, there's some coaches, people warming up, people stretching over here. People are arriving from over there. At one point, around 9:54 a.m., if you're watching the yellow tent, there's people entering. You see someone maybe wearing a yellow poncho, someone wearing a dark suit. And then pandemonium happens, and people scream everywhere. People start running this way, across the field, this way. People on this side of the field still don't know what's going on.
Now, did y'all see? It's evident that he's seen that tape because he's describing everything. But what's the one part, the most important part, is the part that he leaves out. Carmelo's sitting up underneath that tent the whole time, minding his business, and then all of a sudden, 4 boys approached him. And just for the record, so that you know this ain't just a racial thing, because the 2 Metcalf twins, and allegedly it's another black child and a mixed child who approached Carmelo. Those are the 4 boys, right? So it wasn't just a white on black thing, right? It was black involved in this. But the 2 Metcalf boys were the ones who actually got busy on Carmelo, you know what I'm saying, that was right on top of him, right? So this is what you have to understand. So now let's go back and listen to some more of the news, watch, video when they're describing all this stuff. But I just wanted you to see he omitted that key part of what actually happened, right? Let's keep going.
People keep asking, how do we actually get an AI agent on our team? Well, it's easy. Watch how I do it in 60 seconds on Monday. First, tell Monday what you need. We're creating an agent and naming him Tony. Now let's give him context. I'm giving Tony access to the relevant boards, let's say brand asset library, production board, and social initiatives. Now he has permissions for what we want him to know, but we still manage his access. So we have full control, and of course, every decision has a human in the loop. Now we let Tony get to work. Let's ask him for social content. He already learned our brand guidelines, our content calendar, and now he's suggesting social content for every channel according to our brand's tone of voice. Awaiting my approval, of course. No code, no consultants, just execution. That's it. 60 seconds work, and my team has an always on.
It's not until about 9:58 that you see people rushing over there to try and help. By 10 o'clock or shortly after 10 o'clock, you see the first police cars arrive over here. Paramedics come in this way, park up here. They can't get their stretcher up, so they have to go all the way back over here and then double back up the stairs. By about 10:05, everybody in here is just gone. But there's so much confusion as to what happened that day. So this is from a different perspective. Across the field, you can see where the cameras, the press box cameras, captured everything. We're on the 45-yard line here. This is where it ultimately happened. There's a tent right up here, the kind of the sports tent where everybody was huddled. At 9:44, whatever went down, it happened right here. Everybody kind of took off this way, across the field, disappearing in all sorts of directions. But there were still people milling in the kind of the field and across the way. Athletes didn't understand what was going on. By about 10 o'clock, paramedics came up here, wheeled right here. There were still people here, presumably working on Austin Metcalf, trying to revive him. That's according to the police report. Somewhere, I believe over here, Carmelo Anthony was being questioned by police at that point. Admitted that he was the one who did it, said he did it in self-defense. Ambulance came up here. They had to bring the stretcher down this way and around and then up. By about 10:15, pretty much everybody was cleared out. Otherwise, calm day. It was raining. And just be surprised that would have happened at 9:44.
All right. Now, before we go to the next testimony, I'm going to show y'all, right? From No Freezing, no cap and no freezing, right? I'm going to just bring this point up. If this camera is sitting here and everything else is happening way back there, right? This camera would pick up everything in its field of view. So why is it that they were only showing half of the canopy? You see what I'm saying? Because if that camera's way back here, you got a zoomed out view of everything. And when you zoom in, you know what I'm saying, you can put it, but then they're only putting half of it. Why are y'all hiding the other half? You see? That goes to show you it was something nefarious from the get-go. You see what I'm saying? Because the bottom line is, that camera being way back here, you got everything on tape. And yet, when that guy went and talked about all of the details, the most important details of did Carmelo Anthony get jumped, he completely omitted it, right? Now let's go get some more testimony. Remember I told you it was going to be a young lady named Kira, and I showed y'all? Well, this is her testimony coming up next.
I had a conversation with my sister Kira on the phone, and she was kind of leery, right, about even coming onto the platform because she was like, Freezy, what they're saying in court and, you know, what they tried to show, the video is just not lining up with what I seen from Frisco County School District. I seen the surveillance footage. I seen surveillance footage, but they had my sister so discombobulated, she felt like they possibly could have showed her a fake. But I told her, no, sis, they didn't show you a fake. She said the same video that the guy seen that went viral, the black guy that went viral, standing in front of the courthouse in Collins County. She said she seen the same video and she actually knows that guy. And she's going to tell y'all his name. So without further ado, what I'm going to do, I'm going to introduce my sister to the live stream because I don't want to hold up a lot of her time, right? Kira, are you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, I had to contact Frisco ISD and fill out a request, open record request to be able to view it. And once I filled that out, they sent me an email back And from there, they wanted me to schedule a date. They showed me the available dates and time for me to be able to view the video. And honestly, I had picked July the 14th, but we kind of had some family issues going on the 14th, and I wasn't able to make it. So I emailed her back on the 14th and kind of let her know what was going on. So from there, she rescheduled me for the following day, which would have been July the 15th. So I went in there probably around about, I can't remember if it was 10:30 or 11, but I went in that morning. And then I also viewed the video with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Lee. He's on TikTok, and he has a live channel often. You know, he kind of talk about it as well. But me and him, we went in the room together, and we both viewed the video.
Go ahead.
I had to sign a disclosure, and on that disclosure, of course, you know, we couldn't record it. We couldn't even take our phone in. So as soon as you kind of go in the room, they have you to set any devices that you might have over to the right on a little small table. And then from there, they walk you into like a conference room. And once you get in that conference room, they close the door, and there is probably about a 47-inch TV that's hanging on the wall. And since the TV is not that big, what they had us to do at that time was like stand directly in front of the TV. So we stood directly in front of the TV and we watched it, but we were not able to record anything.
Mission operations begin inside secure channels. Sensitive channels follow a zero trust model with access enforced through attribute-based controls. This becomes the center for...
So, before we talk about what you've seen, what prompted you or motivated you to even think to try to see this video? And how did this transpire where other people even started going to see the video too?
So then from there, there's a lady by the name of Tiffany Billions, and she is also on TikTok. And she's an advocate. She's in the Dallas area. She's worked on some other cases. So at that point, she started advocating for the family.
Right.
So she came onto TikTok, and she was explaining to everyone that she had put in a request at the school to try and view the video. And the school kept telling her there's no video. So she put in a request about 4 or 5 times.
Hold on, wait. Back up.
No captivity.
The school kept denying that there was a video, correct?
That is correct. They kept telling her there's no video of this incident.
Wow. Okay, go ahead, sis. I just wanted the audience to hear that. What's going on?
So it was good. She was adamant because, like I say, she's in that area. So I guess she kind of knows that stadium, and she do know that it's surveillance there. So she just kept on trying, and finally, like that last time she tried, they ended up sending her email. And they basically just asked her, you know, when would you like to see it? So at that point, I think she reached out. She didn't really personally know the family, but I want to say maybe she found the father on Facebook and maybe sent him a message. And basically just let him know that there is a surveillance of the incident that happened that day and would you like to see it. So I guess he finally ended up getting in contact with her, and Carmelo's PI and Miss Billions went together to go and watch the surveillance. So she was the very first one. So at that point, she came back to TikTok and got to telling everyone what she's seen. And at that point, she was telling everyone, basically, as many people as possible, go and watch it. So at that point, everybody kind of started putting in, you know, requests to be able to go and see it and setting up appointments. And then that's kind of the thing about it, because so many people, like, flooded the school district. And I'm going to say they had, like, hundreds of requests for people to come and view the video. But in the end, only 39 people showed up and seen it.
Okay.
All right. So that's the list that I just showed y'all earlier on, right? 39 people. But you hear school district try to initially tell Tiffany Billions that they didn't have it. They tried to tell a lie, right? But she kept on pressing them. Eventually they had to cave, you know what I'm saying? And ever since, they try to limit who could see that video, right? But they have had it the whole time, right? So we already know they've been working in the shadows the whole time trying to, you know what I mean, cover all this stuff up. But let's go back to her testimony.
And I want to talk about how your account and what you've seen, and several others that actually seen it after you, even Tiffany Billions that seen it before you, how the description of what happened since trial has been going on has been different. Right? I want to talk about the difference in what you've been hearing during trial and what you actually seen. But before we talk about the difference, I want you to tell me exactly what you seen on the surveillance footage involving Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf and others?
Okay. So it started out, of course, it just seemed like a peaceful day, just a regular track day. You could see a few kids like out on the track kind of stretching. And of course the cameras was over on the home side. So over on that side, on the bleachers, you know, you could see it was very limited people on that side, but you could see a few people sitting there. They had the umbrellas up. Of course, you can kind of see little raindrops trickling off the bleachers and off of their umbrellas. Over on the other side, of course, that's where all of the students were sitting over on the other side, which would be the visitor side. It was a distance across, but it was zoomed in. It wasn't blurry. The footage was very clear. You could see everything. So the lady, which her name is Misha'el, she basically told us where to watch. She told us, as far as Carmelo, to watch under the canopy. She showed us, let us know that he had on a gray hoodie. And then she said, and also you're going to have to watch over here, which was all the way to the far right of the screen. And she basically let us know that the group of boys would be entering in this direction. So that's letting you know that it's more than one boy that would be coming in through that other direction.
Right.
So you see Carmelo sitting under the canopy. You see that he has his head down, and it looked like he's looking at a device, which I would assume would be a phone.
So let's stop right there.
Okay.
So in the video you seen, let's make it clear. It was 4K.
It was very clear.
It was 4K and it was very clear. It wasn't this grainy video, blurry video that they saying that they couldn't hardly make out in court.
No. Anything that I was kind of looking at, you could make out everything. You know, you could see people moving around. You could see people
So
walking.
you could tell that was Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, yes, sir. And then, like I said, and Michelle, she also let us know that when we first got there.
Okay.
But yes, you could see him. You could see him in a gray hoodie. You could see him looking down. He was probably about on row 5 or 6, sitting up in the bleacher, and he was kind of sitting over me looking at it. He would have been to the right corner of the canopy, but of course, him sitting there, it would have been the left corner.
So it came out that he wasn't even all the way up under the tent. It was almost like he was halfway under, halfway out, whatever.
Right. Like maybe if the wind was blowing with the rain, of course the rain would have been hitting his back.
Okay. So he was minding his business, looking at his phone, and by that time he had already probably dapped up the friend that he knew that went to Memorial.
Right. If they had to already do that, because like I said, he was already sitting there when the video came on.
Okay.
So, and then they also had like part of the canopy cut off. So it's kind of like you could only see the right section. Of me viewing it, it would have been the right section. I could only see that section. But over on the left-hand section of the canopy, you could tell that it was full of other kids because you could kind of see their arms. You could see them moving. So you knew that the other section of the canopy was full of students. But you just couldn't see that section, if that makes sense.
Okay, no, that makes perfect sense. So so Carmelo was sitting down, minding his own business, looking at his phone. Okay, you can go from there. Go ahead and go from there.
Okay, so like I say, he was sitting there for probably about, I'm going to say a good 7 or 8 minutes before this group of boys did end up coming through the main gate. And when I say the main gate, all the way to the far right of the screen would be like a medical facility. I guess that's kind of where they go in there if they have injuries or something like that. So over to the side of that facility would be like the main gate. And on that main gate, when they come in, they walk down the platform of the bleachers, until they decide when they want to walk up. So Carmelo would have been sitting probably around about I'm going to say maybe around about the 42, 43 yard line, somewhere in there is where that canopy was set up. So there were different groups of kids coming through. So at first we just really wasn't sure which one was that group, because like I said, we kind of thought a few groups might have been them. But of course those groups didn't go to the canopy. But one thing that I did notice before that group was I seen a kid walk up to the canopy and he turned. And when he turned, his body was facing the home bleachers. But he was standing on side of the canopy to where it looked like he would have been saying something to Carmelo. And it was brief, because when he walked up, a small kid in a yellow raincoat, they walked up pretty much, I'm not going to say with him, but they walked up around the same time. But the kid sat at the very, very bottom row. And I always thought that the one in the yellow raincoat was a small kid, because their demeanor was just different than a teenager. Like they kind of were moving a little different. They just seemed young to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that kid sat at the bottom row, and then the one boy, he walked up and he stood on the side where Carmelo was sitting. He only stayed there briefly for maybe about 5 to 7 seconds. And then it seemed like he walked off briskly, like, you know, he was headed to go do something. So that young man, he walked off and he went in the direction that the group came from. So this is just an assumption, and this is just what I think. I almost feel like that was Hunter, and I feel like he went and got the other group. Or if that wasn't Hunter, I feel like that person left and went and got the other kid. And the reason I say that was because of the way that they approached. So that kid walked off, and I'm gonna say maybe about 3 minutes later, that's when we see this group come through this main gate. As they come through the gate, for sure, at that point, that was them. If you've ever seen somebody kind of like amped up, you know, you kind of see them talking, moving their hands in the air, like, hey, I'm gonna go do this. You know, you kind of see their hands moving in the air. And then 1 or 2 of the boys that was at the back even did a light job, like, you know, they were trying to get there. So once they did,
so how many people do you think was going
in that group?
Yeah, in the group, moving briskly towards Carmelo.
It was honestly more than the 4 that approached. I'm going to say maybe about 6.
6?
I want to say, right. One of the boards broke off well before he made it to the canopy.
Yeah.
And then I think one kind of walked past the canopy, like maybe one on past
Son,
and went up, but he did not.
You never hear another sound like this. And he knows what he's saying. Surely the other sound only come right back to the very best. Original Saxon sound. When I talk about a little jump and a little tip and a little sardine and a little mackerel tip, right in the original Saxon, I don't get them enough spread out now. You hear what now? Sanchez! Promise to be exclusively heard. Are you still one of those things song? How not? Oh yeah, Saxon, your sound to mine, your sound, Saxon sound is hard to hide. Saxon sound plays like the stars that blue, and the stars that brightly shine. Oh, Lord, Saxon sound plays sweet, follow him, and warm like summer day. Saxon sound, I love you, yes I love you, oh I love you, oh so many ways. To me you're like breath of spring, Saxon you give life to my soul, to me Saxon. He said, you never hear another sound like this. And he knows what he said. Surely the other sound only come right back to the very best. Original Saxon sound. When I talk about a little jump and a little tip and a little sardine and a little mackerel tip, right in the original Saxon, I don't get them enough spread out now. You hear what now? Sanchez! Promise to be exclusively heard. Sanchez, follow up next song. How loud? Oh yeah, Saxon, yeah. Mine, your sound, Saxon sound is hard to hide. Saxon sound plays like the skies that blue, and the stars that brightly shine. Oh Lord, Saxon sound plays sweet, follow him, and warm like summer day. Saxon sound, I love you, yes I love you, oh I love you, oh so many ways. To me you're like breath of spring, Saxon you give life to my soul, to me Saxon, you're
your Casanova. Me and Romeo and Helen and friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? And I say it to you time and time again. I ain't much too serious, and I don't wanna let you down. I love you, baby. Don't you know I wanna be your man? So let me love. Hear you whispering into my ears now, baby. Let me love you. Feel your warm body close to me now, baby. Me and Romeo and Helen and friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? And I say it to you time and time again. I ain't much too serious now. And I don't wanna let you down. I love you, baby. Don't you know I wanna be your man? So let me love you. Hear you whispering into my ears now, baby. Let me love you. Feel your warm body close to me now, baby. I ain't much on Casanova. Me and Romeo and Helen and friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? And I say it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova, Casanova, can't let it get away. Oh, baby, Casanova, oh yeah, Casanova, can't let it get away. I ain't much too serious, and I don't wanna let you down. I love you, baby. You know I wanna be your man. Let me love you. Hear you whispering inside my ears now, baby. Let me love you. Feel your warm body close to me now, baby. Yeah, baby. I ain't much on Casanova. Me and Romeo and Helen and friends. Can't you see how much I really love you? And I say it to you time and time again. Oh, Casanova, get away. Oh, yeah, Casanova, oh, baby.
It's too serious. Yeah, this one was for you, Tom. This one's for you. We always do one. I'm not just dedicated to this one over to you. We'll do this one for you. 10 right now. Sweet. And me. I know I'm going to try and chat out the screen as well. I am. I'm going to check on the screen. I am. I'm going to keep it. chickens. And they're into cooking, aren't they? Those were cook, wasn't they? Right. Come here. Leave it over.
It's because empires are always fragile, in this sense that they depend on the control of foreign labor, foreign resources. We have 17 years of warfare now in the Middle East, feudal, endless. Meanwhile, our infrastructure is collapsing, crumbling. Public libraries are closing. Schools are, teachers have to buy basic supplies for students. Now we have this insane idea that we're going to train teachers in public schools to carry concealed weapons. I mean, these are all examples of a society that is completely unmoored. It is not hardly unique to the United States, and it will have a ripple effect in countries like Canada, but it will never reach the extent of chaos and potential violence. But never forget that within American society, we are a deeply violent culture, awash in weapons. We believe in the regeneration through violence, this myth that violence is a form of purification, and that comes out of our long history of genocide and slavery.
You started with a revolution.
Well, yeah.
We did not. You did.
Well, we also killed 90% of indigenous peoples in the United States and enslaved 4 million Africans. And we've never really confronted that, that dark aspect in American history. We cling to our national myth, and so that does make us different and more dangerous than Canada.
This is, if you don't mind my saying, a depressing book, but it is well reported and a very important read. America, the Farewell Tour. Chris Hedges, really good of you to come into TVO tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
The United States of America is at the age, like it's very close to its fall. And you're going to listen to professors, you're going to listen to scholars, you're going to listen to, ministers. You're going to listen to the economists. They're going to tell you this because they've been able to look at the situation in the United States of America. They've been able to look at everything, how everything is going on. And they know that America is about to go down. This one is because of many things that happened, or many things that are happening today. And you're going to realize also again, America has been one of the most powerful countries in the world, and it's been called superpower for quite some good time. Now, today, you're going to see some of the things that are happening in the United States of America, and you will realize that it is not as strong as it used to be. For example, today there is a war between America and Iran, and how Iran is actually responding to the United States of America and how Iran is treating the United States of America. It is just like a country that is like others. A long time ago, America could say something and everybody would start shaking and all of that. All right? Now, this economist here, he is trying to explain the fall of America, how it's going to fall, and what are the things and the factors that are going to make America fall as fast as possible. As my personal, as an individual, me personally, I thought America would be strong and America would be better. It would be okay if they would have given black people also, room for them to be able to try and give their perspectives, their views towards how the country should be run, or towards how, you find out that even during the times of voting and all of that, black people want to show out that there is something they can actually do. There is something they can actually advise the people with. But because people look at them and black people are just like people who doesn't make any sense to anybody, they end up not listening to anyone, and they end up just misbehaving and doing things the way they want to do them. All right? That is why I'm saying that America might go down, and these are not my words, this is the words of professors, economists, this is the words of scholars, these are words of ministers. People gave prophecies, people are talking about it today, they're giving facts, and you can see clearly that there's going to be a very big problem, and maybe nobody can be able to save America. Take a look at this video from this professor, and then tell me what you think about it in the comment section, and I'll do my best to make sure I read all the comments and give a response where possible. I am Matamba Haiti, and this is African Streamline. Don't forget to like, don't forget to share, don't forget to subscribe. But until then, let's take a look at the video.
In America, that I heard from Donald Trump at the Republican convention, where he described widespread carnage and mass unemployment and drug problems and so many things bad with America. Your prescriptions, obviously, for fixing all of that are different. But do you two essentially see the country the same way in that regard?
No, because it's important that while he will run down some of the pathologies that have gripped huge sections of the country, he blames them on undocumented workers, on liberals, on Muslims, on Mexicans, So he's a classic con artist or a demagogue. But you do raise an important point. He tapped into the deep despair and rage that large segments, in particular the white working class, feels at having been betrayed by both of the major parties.
Well, let's get into it then. You call this a farewell tour. A farewell to what?
A farewell to the American empire, to America as we know it.
And is that a good thing? Because I've heard some people say, a farewell to American empire will be a good thing for this world.
It depends how the empire dissolves. It depends on what our reaction is. Empire, when it contracts, and it will contract very quickly once the dollar is no longer the world's reserve currency, can express itself in some very frightening forms. So, for instance, the British Empire, in essence, it was a slow collapse from the end of World War I, culminating with the Suez Crisis. The abortive attempt to retake the Suez Canal after it was nationalized. They had to retreat in humiliation, largely because of Eisenhower's opposition. And then the pound sterling was dropped. And so they fell into a pretty significant depression. But they handled it in a different way. What happens in the United States, we're not prepared at all. Our democratic, social, and cultural institutions are deeply decayed. We are also a very violent society in a way that, for instance, Canada is not, or in the way that Great Britain is not. We are awash in weapons, and not just weapons, but these are, in essence, these AK-14, not AK, the AR-14s that are used in these mass shootings in schools and concert venues and malls are assault weapons. They're not for hunting, and they're easily accessible. So I worry that the disintegration of empire will exacerbate the kinds of dark pathologies that I spend a lot of time in the book writing about.
The UK farewell tour, as you described it, took about 40 years. How long has the American farewell tour been going for?
Well, there's been a steady decline, I would say, since the early 70s, when we shifted, in the words of the Harvard historian Charles Mayer, from an empire of production to an empire of consumption. So we began to borrow to maintain both an empire and a lifestyle we could no longer afford. Those began, the distortions accelerated under Reagan, the cannibalizing, that's when the cannibalizing of the federal government began on behalf of corporations at the expense of the citizenry. The famous phrase, government is not the solution, government is the problem. Well, that's true if opportunity was offered to have been slowly erased. And of course, we've been deindustrialized. as has large parts of Canada, with all of the attendant consequences that come from collapsed communities, the loss of good paying, unionized jobs.
I'm going to play devil's advocate for a second here, because of course Donald Trump would say the growth rate that America is experiencing right now, the economic growth rate hasn't been this high in decades, the unemployment rate hasn't been this low in decades. He sees other signs of a country that is economically quite dynamic right now.
Well, it's all about measurement. So yes, it's true the stock market is on a run, but why? Well, largely, first of all, because of the Donald Trump's tax cuts, which will remove an estimated $1.5 trillion from the U.S. budget over a 10-year period. That money has not been used to bolster manufacturing or create jobs. It's either been hoarded or it's been used to buy back stock, and that has inflated the stock market because the senior managers and CEOs of large corporations, their compensation packages are tied to the value of stock.
Presumably some of it's gone to creating new jobs.
Not much.
That's how unemployment gets below 4%.
Yeah, but the unemployment figures are completely fixed. If you look at how they measure unemployment. So, for instance, if you work 1 hour a week, you're counted as employed. The average...
She's asking me to borrow money, right? I would borrow it to her, but when she comes up, she would make it all up. Maybe not nonsense. That's all. That's all. Why is everyone do that? Now look at the crippled woman out there. Look at her. Crippled. It's a horrible, horrible woman. Horrible. Out there on your own, isn't you? Crippled woman. So right. People control people, don't control no one. Look at her. Anyway, come on. Right, what are we going to do now? Should we cook some fish now? Should we cook some fish? Yeah, we need to start saving up some more food. I might go shopping today. What do you reckon, guys? Should I go and do that shopping today? All that food shopping? No, do this video for Father. Get all that covered. We can plan all that tomorrow. I told my mum it's ready. We need to restock up that food again, man. Yeah, get back to normal, man. Let's start restocking. This is hard out there. Right, let's change that. Right, let's just do my editing. I could hear in the background. Just do my editing, bro. It depends what message you've got to tell them. Some of these people are telling you messages that just does you wicked, man. Finally, it's over. What's this? London kids, the Muslims. What now? What now? What now?
We all need a great team behind us. Trade a huge choice of CFDs.
You know why this doorbell went viral?
You're boring me, man.
Because it's actually plug and play. No Wi-Fi, no app, and zero subscription. Just put the camera outside, keep the monitor inside, and that's it. When someone rings the bell, the screen lights up instantly so you can see exactly who's at your door without opening it. Even at night, the picture is super clear, and you can talk to them right from the monitor. It also takes a photo every time someone rings. Right now, it's actually on sale. Link below. Grab one for your family before they sell out.
Don't connect your doorbell to Wi-Fi. Seriously, I stopped doing that. No Wi-Fi, no app, and it works even better. Just stick the camera outside, put the screen inside, done. When someone rings, the screen lights up instantly. So without opening the door, you see exactly who's there. Talk to them directly. It even takes a photo every time someone rings. And the best part, no monthly fees, ever.
I'll get on with everybody. I'll give it £10 a month. If I was going out today, I'd give it
40 years. For 40 years, every single spring during the holy month of Ramadan, a march moved through the streets of central London. Hezbollah flags were waved openly above the crowd. Chants calling for revolution and intifada echoed past the landmarks of British democracy. Speeches inciting hatred against an entire religion were delivered year after year with the full protection of the British state. And every single year, when politicians were asked why this was allowed to continue, the answer was the same. We cannot stop it. The law does not permit it. Our hands are tied. For 40 years, that was the story Britain told itself. And then, in March 2026, in the space of a single afternoon, that story collapsed. Not through a debate, not through a new piece of legislation, not through years of consultation and review and the careful, managed evolution that the political class always promises and almost never delivers. Through one decision, made by one woman, using a law that had existed, unused, sitting on the statute book for 14 years. And the woman who made that decision was a British Muslim. Stay with me. Because what happened in London in March 2026 is not a footnote. It is not a temporary security measure that will be quietly forgotten once the news cycle moves on, which is precisely how the mainstream coverage has tried to frame it. What happened is a turning point. The moment when the British state, after 4 decades of looking away, decided that enough was enough. And the way it happened, who made the decision, who was bypassed, what it actually cost the country to wait this long, and what it reveals about the gap between what governments tell you they can do and what they can actually do the moment they choose to. That story is one of the most important things that has happened in British politics this year. More important in its long-term implications than almost anything happening in the Labour leadership crisis. Because this is not a story about who runs the government. It is a story about whether the government runs the country at all. Let us go back to the beginning. To understand what changed in March 2026, you need to understand precisely what did not change for 40 years before it. The name is designed to sound respectable, to invoke the language of rights and dignity and international law. But the Home Secretary herself described the organizers as closely associated with the Iranian regime. Assistant Commissioner Ade Adelican, the Shia, Metropolitan Police's public order lead, stated plainly, the Al-Quds March is uniquely contentious. It originated in Iran and in London is organized by the Islamic Human Rights Commission, an organization supportive of the Iranian regime. This is not a human rights organization in any meaningful sense of those words. It is, by the assessment of Britain's own most senior police officer responsible for public order, an organization aligned with a regime that executes its own citizens for protesting, that funds terrorist proxies across the Middle East, and that has spent decades working to destabilize the democracies of the West. And year after year, it was permitted to march through the capital of one of those democracies. Chants at the marches in past years called for intifada and revolution, and included speeches that incited anti-Semitism. I want to be precise here, because precision matters and because some people will try to muddy this. This was never about Muslims. It was never about the faith of Islam or the British Muslim community or the millions of Muslim men and women who live in this country, raise their children here, contribute to its life, and want nothing more than the same peace and security that everyone else wants. Many of them found the Al-Quds March as troubling as anyone. They felt it misrepresented their faith. They felt it associated them unfairly and painfully with an extremism they rejected. They too were victims of the political cowardice that allowed it to continue. This was about a specific organization with specific links to a specific foreign regime, about the use of public streets as a stage for an ideology that is at its core hostile to the values of the country those streets belong to. That distinction matters. And it is a distinction that the political class consistently refused to make, because making it required courage they did not possess. So instead, they hid behind the law. London Mayor Sir Sadiq Khan said previously that the march could not be banned so long as it was held within the parameters of the law. The London Assembly had passed a unanimous motion in 2017 to condemn the annual event, but it changed nothing. Year after year, the explanation was the same. The law does not allow it. The march is technically lawful. Our hands are tied. It was said so often and with such apparent conviction that it began to feel like a fact of nature, as immovable as the weather, as inevitable as the tide. Then, in March 2026, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner went to the Home Office. Metropolitan Police Commissioner Sir Mark Rowley approached the Home Office with a formal request to ban the march outright, citing credible intelligence of serious risk of public disorder. He invoked Section 13 of the Public Order Act 1986, power so rarely used that they had not been applied since 2012 against the English Defence League. 14. Years. The power existed. It had existed since 1986. It had been used exactly once in nearly 4 decades, against a far-right organization in 2012, and then it sat unused on the statute book, while year after year the same march, organized by the same organization with the same documented links to the same hostile foreign regime, was permitted to proceed. The decision required personal approval from the Home Secretary. Shabana Mahmood, herself a Muslim woman, reviewed the intelligence assessments, considered the current geopolitical tensions involving Iran, and signed the ban. Read that sentence again. The Home Secretary of the United Kingdom, a British Muslim woman, the daughter of Pakistani immigrants, someone whose own community has been told for years by activists and by parts of the media that any restriction on this kind of march would be an attack on Muslims specifically, looked at the intelligence, looked at the law that had been sitting unused since 2012, and signed. Late on Tuesday night, Shabana Mahmood formally announced the ban on the Al-Quds Day March, with a protest clampdown in force from March 11th to April 11th. She said, "I have approved the Metropolitan Police's request to ban the Al-Quds March. I'm satisfied doing so is necessary to prevent serious public disorder due to the scale of the protest and multiple counter-protests in the context of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East." The context she referenced was not abstract. The volatile situation in the Middle East, where U.S. and Israeli military operations against Iran had been ongoing since the 28th of February 2026, created an entirely new and immediate risk calculation. The Metropolitan Police submitted the request, noting that the organizers, the Islamic Human Rights Commission, were supportive of the Iranian regime, and that intelligence assessments indicated a heightened threat of violence between protesters and counter-protesters. A march organized by a group aligned with Iran planned to take place in the middle of London at the exact moment that Britain's closest ally was engaged in an active military conflict with that same regime. For 40 years, the political establishment had told the country that banning this march was legally impossible. It took an actual shooting war in the Persian Gulf, and a police commissioner finally willing to put the request on paper to demonstrate that it had never been impossible at all. It had simply never been tried. And here's the detail that should make every single person watching this stop and think very carefully. The decision marked a dramatic turning point in Britain's long and often painful debate over integration, public order, and cultural identity. It exposed deep fractures in the political establishment that even London's Muslim mayor, Sadiq Khan, could not prevent. Sadiq Khan was not consulted. He did not approve this. He could not stop it. The man who, for 9 years, told Londoners that this march could not be banned, who built an entire political identity around the careful, lawyerly framing of why his hands were tied, discovered in March 2026 that the hands that actually held the power belonged to someone else entirely. The Home Secretary, a cabinet minister in Keir Starmer's government, acting on a recommendation from the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, none of whom needed Sadiq Khan's permission, his endorsement, or even his advance knowledge. For 9 years, the explanation given to Londoners was a constitutional and legal one. The reality, when finally tested, took a single afternoon to demonstrate, was something else entirely. It was never about what the law allowed, it was about who was willing to use it. The ban is the first on a demonstration since 2012, when one was imposed on a proposed march of the far-right English Defence League through East London. Not only is the march banned under Section 13 of the Public Order Act, but Mahmoud also prohibited processions in London related to Al-Quds Day, involving protesters and counter-protesters for a full month from the 11th of March, with the Metropolitan Police Commissioner permitted to request a further extension, a full month, not just the march itself. Any related procession by any group for an entire month with the option to extend further. This was not a narrow, technical, single event restriction. This was the British state, for the first time in over a decade, deciding that an entire category of activity around a specific issue presented a risk that justified a sustained, proactive intervention. And it did so, not reluctantly, not apologetically, but with the calm, procedural language of a government department doing exactly what it was designed to do. In her statement to Parliament, Mahmoud was careful to clarify the limits of what had been done. I must be clear about what this prohibition does not do. The police and the Home Secretary only have the power to prohibit a public procession. Section 13 cannot be used to ban a static protest. And so, on the day itself, on the 15th of March 2026, hundreds of demonstrators gathered for a static rally on the Albert Embankment along the south bank of the Thames, while the moving march was prohibited because UK law does not currently grant the power to ban stationary assemblies. A dozen arrests were made as demonstrators defied government restrictions, with police deploying more than 1,000 officers and using the river itself as a physical...
No man, this Chinese boy always sounds like he's got something to tell you. No, it just sounds good. Just pure rubbish he talks to you. This boy here as well. Next idiot. Just chance nonsense. Just because he's got the posh words and all that. No, he's not saying you anything. Just saying the pure poshness. Just fool. I hear you in the background, bro. I hear you in the background. Just because you talk that stupid language and to make it sound posh like you're intelligent. That's just foolishness. Heathen boys school, which is pure and foolish boys that can't do nothing basic. There's some stupid stuff that they've just made up and what they want to follow. Your children like us have no idea. That's why you put us in the bottom. No, we went into the bottom of your class. Damn right we did, because we weren't going to learn that nonsense. We weren't going to practice to learn that rubbish. You're sick, bro. You're really stupid. You don't even know who we are. For us to go and lower ourselves to go and learn that nonsense. To get a job from you and then get taxed. You're a joker, stuff. You're a joke. You're a joke. Nothing good about you. You're an important life. And it's not beautiful like this. And nothing's going on. That's what's beautiful. And you're not involved. Like,
when your enemy tells you what they're going to do to you, then the least you can do is listen to them. I don't know when it became the new norm that your enemy is repeatedly telling you, an enemy, not just an ordinary enemy, not an enemy that's just emerged out of nowhere, an enemy who's been your adversary for centuries, and then they're telling you what they're going to do to you, then you don't listen to them. You just keep ignoring it. Despite you start seeing how your society is falling apart. I've shown you what's happening in the UK, Paris. Recently there were riots in Paris. Just yesterday there were riots in Belgium, Brussels. It's happening everywhere, all over the world. And they're telling you what they're going to do to you. The most effective way of communication is to listen. I mean, then you can work out whether someone is lying or they're not lying. Do their words meet their actions or not? That's secondary. But the first thing is you listen to what your enemy is doing. You listen to what your enemy is telling you. Like this. There are literally thousands of these videos, okay? Literally thousands of these videos. And I'm not even regurgitating my videos, okay? They're just, these videos keep coming out every week.
Show me.
In abundance. Listen to this woman.
Show me.
To the Western leaders, your time is up. Your borders are fading.
Borders are fading. They know. They know. What do they mean by your borders are fading? This is what they mean by your borders are fading. This was Paris. It's not the Parisians who are doing this. Look at this. Look at all the Parisians. Your borders are fading. These people have... They're here. They're not gonna come. They're here. They're inside the borders.
Okay. That's it. That's Ishmael. The sleepers. That's Ishmael. This is why you need to get protected. This is why you need to get protected. Because they're kicking off now, I didn't even hear them. I'm hearing them now. The Muslims, because they've got their Antichrist as well. And he's already out, telling people he's the Antichrist. He's not the one to worry about. Yes, sir. The one to worry about is the Christian one. That is the one to worry about. That is the real child of Satan. That is the real one. The others are copies. That's the real one. They're using the real Bible. They are the real. They're the real ones. Satan just overtook Christianity, but it's the real one. It's the book we went with. It's the real one. It can work with it. You just don't know what's going on. You think all this distraction of Muslims fighting and we're coming to take this back. They was in the dark. They was in the desert. Why have I put them in the desert? They got no power. Remember, no power. Ishmael, they are in the Bible. When it was last time Bible looked, I left you in the desert. You and your mother. That's where I left you. And there are brothers as well. Literally, same dad. But you tried to kill Isaac, didn't you? You tried to kill your own brother. And you think father was going to let that go? You're damn trying. And now look at you. You're all over the place. When he left you in the desert. So you're going to have to answer to him. Did I tell you to come out the desert? Stop it! Did I give you permission to leave the desert? You're still there.
They're inside your borders. They're in your countries. And still, while this is happening, we still have people who are not seeing this.
I know.
You've got your enemies telling you what they're going to do to you. They're telling you what they're doing.
Because the government is not helping them. That's why. There are people who are not people without that stupid government. Because they scream to the government, and the government normally sorts it out. And we're British, and the government's behind them. Not this time. Not this time. When the minute they go out there, people kill them. And this they know. This they know. You stay there. Since you like fighting, the sons are ready to fight. Not us, we don't do fighting. We're not actually. And this farmer says treasure back, so that's completely different. But these children are into fighting.
You're seeing their plans materialize in real time in front of you. And you still have people who are saying, nothing's wrong, far-right bigotry, Tommy Robinson is the problem. You can't make this up. Sorry, that's what she's saying. Let's carry on.
Your disease is being sucked out, and the unity of the Islamic Brotherhood is taking form. The Sons of Islam have already pledged that this battle is a battle of either victory or martyrdom.
All you're doing there is just replacing a killer, right, with a murderer. That's all you're doing there. Islam. You ain't got nothing to talk about. Let me tell you again, Islam. You ain't got nothing to talk about. A nation that killed 25 million of its own people. A prophet, who you call him, right, who marries a 6-year-old child. Wait, it's even better. His wife selected the child for him. And then you want to come and tell me about it. Father is going to damage you children. Because you children are the children of us. And he already dealt with you, but now you're coming back with all this and you're coming back. Wait till when your father catches you. Right? Because we know who we all are. You might not know who. That's not our fault. You have to blame your forefathers for that. And your ancestors, they didn't pass it on, did they? They passed on some Quran, which is written by a man's hand. No prophets read that at all. Right? Nothing biblical written that at all. Right? Because they're not the biblical children. That's why they come up with their own nonsense. Because they're not the children. And because they're not the children, they want to create something to make them the children. But what you should have created was the earth as well. Excuse me. Because you need the earth to play this thing on. Because the earth speaks as well. I keep telling you this, idiot. Why do you think you're going to bring down the new heaven and the new earth, you stupid idiots? Ah, please.
They're coming to fight you till death. We are one step away from, you know, like, oh my goodness.
It really is.
We get your flags, and the call for jihad has started, and it won't be long before it is you.
She's not saying that in Mogadishu. She's not saying that in Islamabad. This is how brazen they are. She's saying that in Denmark, Copenhagen. I can say it. Can you imagine a Nazi stand in the middle of London at Piccadilly Circus or Times Square in the early 1940s and say, well, actually before 1933, and say, this is what we're going to do. This is what's coming. We're going to come and we're going to do this. Can you imagine that happen? No.
Still bring children.
British and American patriots would have just... But it's happening in today's West.
Be feasted upon.
You know, if you are a Christian, or a Jew, or an Hindu, or an atheist.
Ooh, me too.
If you believe anything other than Islam, that warning is for you. I mean, they're not trying to hide it, you know, they're making it very clear. They are coming for you. They are uniting. And they want to, you know, that's their goal. They want to spread Islam all throughout the world. You know, they want the world to have one religion, and that is the religion of the devil. They have told us numerous times they will either offer you to convert, or they will demand you to pay jizya, tax, or they'll kill you. You know, those are the three options with these people, okay? There's no...
No two ways about it, and that's why I always stand by the Jews, because they know what they're dealing with. We all have to, you know, whether you're an atheist, Christian, or a Jew, or a Hindu, we all have to unite against this impending doom. And what do? This is what Western parents are doing. They're sending their kids to these Islamist propaganda events where they go and pray. They go, don't do that to your kids. Don't do that to your kids. Look at this. Be like that kid. It didn't go down. Even the freaking teacher. Look at it. Look at the teacher. Even he went down. These shameless people. Shameless. Look at them. Just listen to them.
The methodology of the Prophet, you're going to be labeled as an extremist, as a fundamentalist, as a terrorist. Why? Because Islam came to terrorize the society, came to terrorize the thoughts and the ideas of the Prophet. Otherwise, what makes out there isn't the truth. If Islam is the truth, then there must come into conflict. There must be a clash of civilizations, a clash of ideologies.
There has to be a clash. It's not even an issue of peaceful evolution. Like, let's just say, slowly white people wither out, Christians and atheists and secularists just die out, and they wait for us to die out because they have a faster breeding rate, and then, you know, by 2130 the whole of Europe is Muslim. You know, like it happened gradually. No, that's not how it's going to go. There's going to be a conflict. There's going to be a clash. Kind of like what Karl Marx said about communism. There is no peaceful transition from capitalism to socialism. There just isn't. There has to be a revolution. As we're finding out, these socialist democrats, they run our countries to the ground. They keep using other people's money. They kill innovation. They kill productivity. They kill new ways of expanding your economy or growing your GDP. So look at the UK. Look at what's happening to Europe. It's inevitable. They eventually run out of other people's money. And then capitalists wake up and they're going to say, what the hell you've done? If our democracy stays intact. It's the same with Islam. There's not going to be a peaceful transition. It's just there will come a point when you'll have to rise up and there will be a conflict. And I don't know we don't know when that's going to happen. I have a very good video for you. Just I'll play that to you. He'll lay out a good timeline for you.
Between Islam and anything which is not Islam, be it secularism, be it democracy, be it freedom. The two can never coexist, and that's what the British government, they realize that now, and that's why their budget is something like 150 billion now, just on the correct scheme. You talk about just terrorism alone, MI6, MI5, TCHQ, their budget goes up to about 650 billion pounds a year.
So we need... Did you hear that? The British government is realizing that. This is probably an old clip. That's when the British establishment was still trying to fight back just a little bit. So they were increasing these counter-terrorism organizations' budgets. But then the woke mind virus struck. So what they did, they said, oh, we need to find some balance. Let's start putting some far-right people in that too. And ever since then, the share of extremists, the share of Muslim extremists has been dropping. It used to be 90% all extremists on the UK's terror watch list were Muslims. Now that share has come down to 70%. And who have they replaced it with? They've added some new categories, like cultural nationalism, meaning we want to have British values at the forefront of our policies. We want to bring back, we want to put British values at the forefront of everything. So that is a form of extremism too. So that's how they brought down the share. So the point is, even if the British establishment of the British government doesn't...
Have you ever seen water carried in a basket? Right. I said,
this one. I want to put that name there as well. That's it. That was 2 ways as well. And the 5th of November. I'm going to do it. All bring his name to Nance. No, is zero. Be Nance. Right. That's what it says. That's for 2 children. That's for the 11th of May children. And for the 5th of November children. It certainly is, right? His father's coming to talk to you, children. These special sons. Come here. On the screen. Written as well. So no one comes to be nothing, children, because it's written. It's written. So it can't even nothing. Especially Muslims. You know what I mean? They ain't even got a book. They ain't even got that to write their own book. And that is an insult to the real book. I'm gonna let that book sing for them righteous. How can it be sacred and righteous when it's written by a man? And there is only one man who ever was sinless, and that was Jesus. No other man was ever sinless. So how does a man think he can write a book? When there's no man that's ever been sinless, not one man apart from Jesus. Right? So why are you reading a book written by a man's hand? And it says in there that when you prophesize your lies, you can get a kiss of an adolescent son. That's what it says, Rasta. Right? That's what it says. And plenty more freaky stuff in there it says as well. You stay there, right? Because when you're a high priest, you're training to be, you have to look at things intricately. Some say diligent studying, call it what you want, right? You've got to look at it properly. Because you've got too many dreamers, way too many. What about the Pinocchio? Call it what you want, right? What about the Antichrist? Call it what you want. Call it what you want, bro. What do you read? Right, and all these sons feel they can jump in on this one. Not this one, it's only a Hebrew dance, right? And a Gentile dance. But the Gentiles that you see, they got Hebrew in there. You can see the way they walk, the way they talk, and the way they carry themselves. Right? So we know who we're looking for now, the damn Trump. You don't have the qualities that the Father's looking for at all. You ain't got the patience at all. And you ain't got the truth what Father's looking for. So don't waste your time and don't kid yourself here, sir. There's only foolish people you can kid. Young Trump, wasting your time. Every time you see the name Jesus, you scrub it out. You do me a favor, because that's not his name. Scrub it out anytime you see it. Yes, sir. I'm going to try to get a reaction out of people. That's not his name. That's a pagan name, Rasta. We don't even know who Jesus is. And you come up with your Christianity nonsense of Jesus. Where in the book does it say Jesus? No, that's because he put it in there. Damn crock or sprung, right? How comes Yeshua's not in there? It is, I got it. I'm not saying you, I'm saying their book. How comes you haven't got his name in there? And it's their book. And when it's written in black, bold. The name's in there nearly 7,000 times. 7,000 times one name. Donald Trump says, well, mine's in there 38,000 times. I know, one name in the Epstein file, Donald Trump, 38,000 times. And you still voted for him. And you still voted for him. Serve me right. Serve me right. He said he'll make America great again. So when was America great? The only time you could say that that rubbish was what you would call was great is when they first started all the slavery nonsense in there. And that's what you want to go back to, isn't it? You just cannot survive on basics at all. And that's what you're going back to. Remember, you couldn't hear you didn't even have the audacity to wash, or was it too hard for you to wash? It was just too much to wash. But that's the system you come from, guys. You come from that system that does not wash. The king and queen told people, wrote them letters and told them that. And they said, well, we're not coming to see if your breath stinks. So we don't care whether it stinks or not. We're using perfume. And that's what the king and the queen says. If the king and queen do that, the rest of the people will follow. Yeah, because they haven't got emperor or empress. Because your grandma and your grandpa's will clip you around their ear and say, go and jump in the bath, you damn tramp. Always cutting corners when grandma and grandpa are there. Damn tramp. Well, they're back now. They're back. And they said, get in the bleeding bath. And clean behind your ears as well. That's what she says. Damn tramp. Grandma start chuckle. Hear the chuckle. You hear grandma chuckle. Long time when I hear chuckle in the grandma. She start chuckle. Yes. Yeah, the voice of reasoning, the grandma. Not voice of aggression. Because you can't get your own way, you would have blown up and go into one. Hey, watch a TV show yesterday, and a man killed his wife, right? He strangled his wife, smashed up all her face, had sex with her as well. And she said, no, we've got the 4 kids. He said, don't care. If you don't want to be with me, you want to divorce me, then I'm going to have sex with you, so I remember what it feels like one more time. Then I'm going to cut up your pretty face, and then I'm going to kill you. No, then I'm going to strangle you. So you can imagine that sequence. And that's your husband. And you've got 4 kids with him as well. I watched that one yesterday. Heartbreaking, man. Heartbreaking. And these are your sons. These are not foreigners. These are not strangers. These are not even aliens or heathens. These are your sons. That's what makes it more scary. But it's a curse. Because this is what your forefathers were doing to other people's children. The same thing. The exact same thing. Only this time he's doing it to his own. Why? Because he's a savage, miss. He's a savage. What about swapping pregnant women to the Irish? 2 for the price of 1. All these flipping names he's got to go with it as well. And these are boys from Bristol who did this. You struggle to show humanity, sons. You struggle. Because you've been warped and rewired to tell you if you show humanity, then you're a Willy Wolf. No, if you don't show humanity, you're a Willy Wolf. Who grew you up?
Then a place in Orleans they call the rising sun. It's been the room one. My mother, she's a tailor. She stitched my new blue jeans. My father, he's a gambling man down in New Orleans. There is a house in New Orleans. They call it the Rising Sun. It's been the room.
Nicola, always missed, never forgotten. Nick Gregory, why? What about number boy? What about number girl? What about dedication to my mother Sandra? So like really.
A place in New Orleans. They call the Rising Sun. It's been the room of many a poor man. And Lord knows I want my mother, she a tailor. She stitched my new blue jeans. My father, he's a gambling man down in New Orleans. There is a house in New Orleans. They call the Rising Sun. It's been the ruin of many a poor man. And Lord knows I'm
Dedication to friendship.
the only thing that the gambler needs is a suitcase and a trunk. The only time that he is satisfied is when he's on the run.
You know what I learned as well? You know when you live with someone, it teaches you how to be level, and if you do have a disagreement, learn how to speak with it without having any emotion. We haven't got that, I'm just saying in general. It's a very good example, stroke lesson. Because what a system does, it separates you from people, it gives you the machine. I mean, you forget what people are like, you forget to being around them. How you just got to put up with people, and people have to put up with you to get through. Because we've been on our own for so long. And what we need to do is start getting back with people, Esther, because we are human beings. Not the machine, not the machine, because that's how their sons come in. Because their sons are wankers, excuse my language, Grandma, they're idiots. And they hide behind these machines. They're the greatest at doctoring these machines. When they want to send you messages and all that, they got your picture there, they got your answer already there, and you're thinking, I don't even know you. Have you got my picture? To then wait for me to give you an answer. And it's some kinky dotty boy. Like, you have no idea how sexually nasty these sons are. You have no idea. Filth. I mean, absolute damn. And then when they can't get nigger, got him. Yes, damn right. Virgin nigger, got him, black bastard. Don't forget that virgin, damn tramp. They're gonna let you interfere with me. Look at the state of you. You don't even have to make your bed consistently daily. You damn tramp. You're too promiscuous now. Huh? Look like a woman. You damn cocker sprung. I have no idea what's wrong with these West Sons. Right? If it's not man, right, then it's children. Like, what happened to the woman? And also she looks splendid. Too hard for you, isn't it, the woman? Too hard for you, you damn cocker spring.
There a place in New Orleans. They call the Rising Sun. It's been the room of many a poor man. And Lord knows I want my mother, she a tailor. She stitched my new children. So mama, please, tell the children not to do what I've done. Stay away from the house in Jubilee. They call the rising sun. There is a place in New Orleans. They call the rising sun. It's been the realm of many a woman. Ain't God knows someone. My mother, she sailor. She's too many blue jeans. Stay away. My father, he's stay away. A gambling man down in New Orleans. There is a place in New Orleans. They call the rising sun. Why come in? It's good. Let's do it. No more pretending children. Do it. Please stay away. Do it. From the place they call the rising sun. Right. There is a place in New Orleans. They call the rising sun. It's been growing for many. Lord knows. Some hits. Ribbons. Alright, let's go here then. Let's go here. Come here. Come here. Are you good time? Good time. Time up flying downs. Oh, here we go. That football nonsense. No.
Yeah, a couple actually late on, that is.
You know, great strike.
No. Oh, you mean to say? What's the time now? Oh, no, really? No. Alright, let's go in there. Come in. Melatonin. No. Here we go. Right, come in. They call the rising sun, yes.
Or European countries. So this is something that is required from all of us. What we see from the intelligence is that Russia is increasing the hybrid attacks against our countries in Europe, really testing how far they can go. And you have had these cases in UK as well.
I wonder what you made of the US self-styled Secretary of War, or Defense Secretary as we call him, Pete Hegseth, talking about the era of free riding is here and saying that the US contributions to NATO are dependent on EU countries and the UK stepping up. Is he right or is he wrong, given what we've seen about middle powers, whether that's Iran or Ukraine, actually being able to punch above their weight with cheaper investment in drone technology rather than more expensive hardware?
Look at this book.
Well, first of all, US has been saying that Europe should do more for its own defense for decades now, and Europe is doing more for its own defense. And it's also true what you say, that we have a lot to learn from Ukraine, for example, fighting this war, really gaining ground at the moment, and also having this deep strikes also into Russia with cheap drones, and also taking down the drones by cheap interceptors. So there's a lot we can learn to do with the money we have, actually more for our own defense, and keeping in mind that the war has also changed. I mean, the tools that are used currently are not always the tools that were used, decades ago.
But are European countries listening to these oft-repeated entreaties now from the US?
Well, everybody took their obligation to invest at least 5% to defense. So clearly governments have taken that obligation. The question is how this obligation is implemented as well. And clearly those countries that are maybe more acutely feeling the threat are doing this in a more urgent speed than the others.
You have an EU summit meeting tonight which will be addressed by Volodymyr Zelensky. I wonder how encouraged you were that Donald Trump signed a G7 statement pledging increased military support for Kyiv and sanctions on Russia. I mean, how important is it that the EU seizes the moment now and increases sanctions on Russia, makes those much tougher than they have been in the past?
That was a very important statement and very much welcomed by European countries that US signed up to this, because we have been saying all the time we need to increase our support to Ukraine so that they can push back and also increase the pressure on Russia, which we are doing via the sanctions. We just recently put forward the 21st sanctions package and we are working on doing even more, targeting the Russian military industry, targeting the shadow fleet that is, helping to Russia to fund this war. So clearly, if we do this together with US, with UK, with Europe, and like-minded partners around the world, we can have this impact that this war will stop.
How confident are you that Trump is genuinely on board? Because he's sort of drifted back to Russia on occasion, and he hasn't stayed the course with Ukraine. Are you confident now that there is a permanent shift in his perspective?
Leave me alone.
President's words carry weight, so we take him by his words.
Right. And there is a war of words within the EU on what to do about Ukraine's impending membership. Volodymyr Zelensky makes the argument that it should be fast-tracked because if it's not, Putin will find a way of blocking it. Do you sympathize with his argument?
Ukraine, actually Russia started this war because Ukraine chose the European path. So clearly it's not in Russia's interest that Ukraine is becoming a member of the European Union. And Ukraine is doing a lot in terms of reforms, all the things that they have to do in order to join the European Union. We have to do our homework also on our side. And we also have to change the narrative, because it's very often that, what these countries benefit from joining the European Union, but actually when it comes to Ukraine, for example, we should also really see and talk about what we benefit from Ukraine joining. If you think about our security threats, then Ukraine is bringing a lot of knowledge, expertise to the table.
It sounds like you are sympathetic then to the fast-tracking Ukraine's membership, because quite a few EU members are worried about that, aren't they?
Get more done with Gemini, your everyday AI assistant. Handle work with you.
Welcome back, Tribe. So we have something incredible happening here. We have the first government response to the protests all around the United Kingdom, the ones that got kicked off in Belfast. And it is a pathetic response. And it says here, by the First Minister of Northern Ireland, Misha'el O'Neill. Listen to what she says. This is crazy.
I wanted to be here because I wanted to show you my support. I'm your First Minister, and this is a society that is good. What happened on Monday night was absolutely horrific, as you have said. Everybody else who is brown or black isn't to blame for what happened on Monday night. And I think what we saw on Tuesday night and last night is pure racism, and we have no tolerance for racism. We as a people, and I believe the Irish people as a whole, have no tolerance for racism. There are always going to be pockets of it in every community and every society. And I'm sorry that you have to explain that to your child. I'm sorry that all of you have to explain that to your community and to the people that you're trying to support right now. But we wanted to be here tonight to tell you that you have our support, and that those people that are on the streets terrorising people out of their homes, burning cars, do not speak for us. That's not who we are.
They're terrorists. The patriots on the street are terrorists. We're so sorry that you have to deal with this because one of your own attempted to decapitate one of ours. We want to apologize. This is not what kind of society you are, that people are demanding justice and accountability for unvetted migrants that come into this country. We want to apologize directly to you not to the person's family who watched on social media their father, their brother, their whoever, husband potentially, almost get decapitated and had his eyes gouged out. And what they won't apologize for is more stuff like this.
In Brunley, England, a 30-year-old migrant just stabbed a 17-year-old girl in the neck. Now, she is expected to live. This man was detained. This is a seemingly random attack. This comes 4 days after a Senegalese man just tried to behead an Irish man in the street, stabbed his eyes out, and started gashing at his throat. Idiots online will tell you, well, these aren't the real enemy. The real enemy is like the capitalists who want them to hate each other. Well, no one is making these people commit these random acts of violence. No one is making them economically go commit rape. What is the economic benefit of committing rape? And then people implicitly defend this behavior by saying, well, they wouldn't have to be in these countries if it wasn't for wars you started in their country, which by and large is not even true. The Hindus and the Sikhs are not in the United Kingdom or in Europe overall because of a war started by America in India. Africans are not in the United Kingdom or in France because the United States went and invaded Angola. And to those of you who say this tagline, well, they're fleeing Zionist wars of expansion. Why couldn't they stay and fight? Why couldn't they stay and improve their communities and uplift their own nation after it's ravaged by war? These people aren't Palestinians. They're not Lebanese. Most of them aren't Syrians.
Right.
So, why couldn't they stay in that country? These people are in Europe because they get free things and they have a better quality of life than they could ever have in their home country.
End of story. And I want to show you a bunch of clips, the ground swelling, the support off the backs of those tone-deaf ministers that are trying to placate to the immigrant community after the immigrant community is the one that's terrorizing natives. Unbelievable. And it's not working. It's even when mainstream media, so cable news networks refuse to show you anything I'm about to show you, and the mainstream publications online will refuse to cover and write publications and stories, op-eds about anything going on right now. There is a wholesale shutdown of information in Europe. They're trying to control and they're trying to censor X and anybody sharing videos. They're more concerned with arresting the people sharing the videos or talking about taking their country back than the people that are committing the crimes. That's where we are. Look at this woman. In England, a journalist went to a neighborhood full of invaders to say that they're peaceful. Look, they told her to leave because they're going to kill her.
Community leaders have been speaking to the police as well because I think, apologies for the language you're hearing, but a sense of the anger, I think you can hear there.
Yeah, Stacey, I think Becky.
Beside the still waters, he restores my soul. He leads me in the cycles of righteousness for his name's sake. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runs over. He restores my soul. He leads me in the cycles of righteousness for his name's sake. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no
Boy. Good evening, welcome and hi. How are we doing, beautiful people? I hear a child say, I'm nice to you. I hear another child say, I'm sensational. Vice versa. Now it's time to give praise to him. Oh, that Yahuwah, that Yahuwah, that Yahuwah. Now, this video is for you, Yahuwah, for you. No one else, not Jesus. Yahuwah, your Elohim. This is for you, because we as grandchildren, we adore you. Even the Gentiles, who's city in love with you. That's the way it needs to be. Now, get our own children. Today, we're going into Deuteronomy. But there's a little tale in this one here, guys. Listen to this tale. Now, Deuteronomy, chapter 5, verse 11. Now, That has two meanings. Chapter 5 is May. 11 is the number 11. Also, 5 can also mean the day, and 11 can also be the month. So if you're also born on the 5th of November, talking to you, and if you're also born on the 11th of May, which is 5/11, which is myself and many others, talking to you. Now, let's give praise to Father. It says, grandson, son, and granddad. It says, you shall not misuse the name of Yahuwah, your Elohim. For Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless who misuses his name, or bring his name to naught. You know, the naught is 0. Deuteronomy chapter 5 verse 11. You shall not misuse the name of Yahuwah, your Elohim, for Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless who misuses his name or brings his name to naught, right? So, if you happen to be blessed with a birthday, not birthday, but birthday, with him christening you with that, remember, he will not hold you guiltless for giving you his name. Now let's glorify his name. You know this name, Yahuwah. Let's glorify his name with many meanings, right? Many meanings. This Yahuwah. Tresavet. Yahuwah's Kodesh meanings. Love his name. We can find that in Psalms 69:36. Know his name. You can find that in Isaiah 52:6. Bless his name. You can find that in Psalms 96:2. Sing praises to his name, Tutu, and you can find that in Psalms 68:4. Call upon his name. You can find that in Psalms 145. Chapter 18, verse 18, 145, verse 18. Give esteem, what a nice word, to his name. Malachi 2:2. Give thanks to his name. Psalms 105.1. Here's by the way this is 105.1. Think upon his name. Malachi 3:16. Boast in his set apart name. Right? Psalms 105.3. Trust in his name. Psalms 33:21. And exalt his name. Psalms 34:3. I mean, one sovereign, you know. One sovereign. I mean, not even saying Waidia. Not even got 3 names like this. Be quiet, you damn fool. So we're just saying, Father, we and all the lost children, and all the fine children, and all the finding children, and all the ones who are sitting on the fence and thinking to come and see you, we, the children, you know, we're just saying hi, yeah, we're just saying hi, and we just say, when you're coming out your holy Kodesh place to come and get us. But in the meantime, between time, we'll always praise you, Father, for every magical, mystical thing you do, especially to a child like me. So we are just saying thank you, because not only is both sides of his bread butter, you know the edges as well, guys, even the edges too, you're not weird, yeah. So, guys, and beautiful people, no matter what color you are, you don't have to do a color, right? You're not dealing with the city now, you're dealing with you, me, Jesus, Nazareth, Yahuwah, and all the angels. So to be in this firm, remember, the gift of eternal life is truth and Yahuwah. And the gift of truth and eternal life is Yahuwah, right? So take care of yourself, guys. It's been a pleasure sharing 6 minutes of Yahuwah time with you. And you need to go and say hello to him as well. If you find it too hard, then go and say hello to Emmanuel. You know Emmanuel, Emmanuel. Don't call him Jesus and all that, because them names ain't got no power. No power at all. Because when he said, well, let there be light, right? He didn't say it in English, otherwise it's too dark, right? He said in Hebrew, usuku seko, usuku saku, and bam, right? When he called his children, then he didn't call them Michael, he called them Misha'el, right? So when they call that name, the earth quivers, it shiver. Why? Because it's the original. You are a Hebrew. You are a Hebrew, and so are you. You came out of Japheth. Right, you are the lion seed sperm of Japheth. This is who you are. You've lost your complexion because of your naughty ancestors, your naughty forefathers. They went to places they shouldn't have went to. So Father has to punish naughty children, doesn't he not? So we, as the grandchildren, are not going to do what the adults done and what the great adults done and all that nonsense. We're not following them at all, though. Not at all, because you're supposed to be the shepherd, right, looking after the sheep. Right, the sheep's got disease, the sheep's got infection, the sheep's got a broken arm, the sheep's got mental health issues, the sheep's frightened. You, right? Father left you in charge, right, for 400 years. And look what you've done. Look what you've done. I mean, every tribe is saying that he is a shepherd. Shepherds are weird. So now what Father's doing is gathering the sheep himself. And then when he puts them in the wilderness, which I told you, prophesied to the other day, then he's coming to smash this up. That's why he says, I'm going to bring a new one down, children. All right, new heaven and a new earth. Smash. Don't forget day 5, right? Nissi monster. There's 2 of them, right? Then the Furiam. Don't forget that. He created that in day 5. He didn't tell you. Why? Because he's an idiot, but it's in this book. It's in this book here. No, it's not. It's in this one. I have to show you. It's in this book here. It's in this book. Day 5. It's in this book. It's in this book. It's in this book. You try. Stay there. You try. He didn't even tell you what happened to Adam, innit? You see, what does it say there? It says Adam. You see the word? Where it said Adam? Adam. Look, the first and second book of Adam. Adam's still in the cave now. He's still in the cave now. Him and Eve. They're still in there. You know how much time they commit suicide? They don't tell you these things, do they? No, they don't. They don't tell you these things at all. Because if you knew what happened to Adam, everybody would behave themselves. Because he only done one sin. One sin he only done. One sin. Anyway, guys, listen. You've got to look after yourselves. You've got to be good. And you've got to go back to the beginning, which is grandma and grandpa. Because this system has a king and a queen, but it doesn't have an emperor or an empress. That's like having a parents without no grandparents. So how did you get creative bringing up the grandparents? And this is the problem with this dance here. Just like Satan, they think they're better than their parents. Satan thought he could rule his father. That's why he's on his own. And everyone else who follows him, they're all on their own because they think that they can do everything. You know, don't listen to their parents. They're not like elderly people. They think they know everything. They're just like your father, Satan. You're just like your great-grandfather, a liar. You're just like your great-great-great-grandfather, who's another liar. You're just like the father, who's a liar. You're just like the son, who's a liar. You're just like the nephew, who's a liar. And then now you're here. So it's pure liars done. Pure liars in that dance. Pure. Not but lie. All the fool do is tell lie.
What is my shepherd? I shall not. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the cycles of righteousness for His name's sake. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runs over. He restores my soul. He leads me in the cycles of righteousness for His name's sake. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of Yahuwah forever.
Praise.
He restores my soul. He leads me in the cycles of righteousness for his name's sake. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me.
Quickly.
My sweet Lord, my Lord, my sweet Lord. I really wanna see you. I really wanna see you. I really wanna see you, Lord, but it takes so long, my Lord. My sweet Lord, oh my Lord, my sweet Lord. I really wanna know you. I really wanna go with you. I really wanna show you love. It won't take long, my Lord, my sweet Lord. Oh my Lord. My sweet Lord, my Lord, my sweet Lord. I really wanna see you. I really wanna see you. I really wanna see you, Lord, but it takes so long, my Lord, my sweet Lord. Oh my Lord, my sweet Lord. I really wanna know you. I really wanna go with you. I really wanna show you, Lord, that it won't take long, my Lord, my sweet Lord. sweet Lord, Lord of love, my sweet Lord. Oh my Lord, sweet Lord, Lord of love, Lord of love. Oh my Lord, my sweet Lord.
Now let no one fool you. Great was Shaka Zulu. The British Army never did see such a fierce warrior as he. In Africa, yes I eat. In Africa, yeah. In Africa, yes I eat. In Africa, yeah. A fanso of the Congo region. Adopt this for his people, the Christian religion. Never bowing to what was paid. Unite this people against the slave trade. In Africa, yes I eat. In Africa, yeah. In Africa. Search your history, it will show. If you know not from whence you came, you are doomed to live in shame. Great kings of Africa, rulers all around. They were mighty, brave and strong. So every valley has died. In Africa, yes I live. In Africa, yeah. In Africa, yes I live. In Africa, yeah. Now let no one fool you. Great was Shaka Zulu. The British Army never did see such a fierce warrior as he. In Africa, yes I live. In Africa, yeah. In Africa, yes I live. In Africa, yeah. A fanso of the Congo region. Adopt this for his people, the Christian religion. Never bowing to what was paid. Unite this people against the slave trade. In Africa, yes I eat. In Africa, yeah. In Africa, yes I eat. In Africa, yeah. After turning the first man, he tells that the God is one. Carve the theology that men could see, that the Almighty was no mystery. In Africa, yes I eat. In Africa, yeah. In Africa, oh yeah. In Africa, yes I eat. In Africa, yeah. In Africa, yes I eat. Hey. Only Africans now come. Hey. Wanna tell it on the front. I told you all you down. Yeah, see something's full of he might be when you get them a big shot. He's a rock, everything is a rock. Yes, I eat. So, now the King of Kings, Haile Selassie, was invented by the fascist Mussolini. If the world had listened to this little man, World War II might have never begun. Oh, yes I eat. Oh, yes I eat. Yes, Africa had great kings and queens, you should know. Search your history, it will show. If you know not from whence you came, you are doomed to live in shame. Yes I eat. Yes, of elephants through the cold. Through the Alps his army came, confounding enemies, putting them to shame. In Africa, yes I is. In Africa, ow! Africa. Whoa, yeah.
I'll give it all to you. And if I sing this song for you, I'll sing it all for you. A world without love, nothing to me. A world without joy, nothing to me. If I give my love to you, I'll give it all to you. And if I sing this song for you, yeah, like that. A world without love, nothing to me. A world without joy, nothing to me. Take my hand and
Hello.
take to your heart. I need your loving.
Hello.
Need it more. Never give my love away. Please don't give it away. Never give my love away. Please don't give it away. Oh. So the true love that I bring, and it means everything. So when you need me, I'll be there. Then I'll show how much I care. A world without love, nothing to me. A world without joy, nothing to me.
Yeah, like that. Say what?
If I give my love to you, I'll give it all to you. And if I sing this song for you, I'll sing it all for you. A world without love, nothing to me. A world without joy, nothing to me. Take my hand and lead me straight to your heart. I need your loving. Need it more and more. Never give my love away. Please don't give it away. Never give my love away. Please don't give it away. So the true love that I bring, and it means everything. So when you need me, I'll be there. Then I'll show how much I care. A world without love, nothing to me. A world without joy, nothing to me. So take my hand and lead me straight to your heart. I need your loving. I need you more and more. Never give my love away. Please don't give it away. Never give my love away. Please don't give it away. If I give my love to you, I give it all to you. And if I sing this song for you, I sing it all for you. A world without love, nothing to me. A world without joy, nothing to me.
Year before, see. No.
it all to you. And if I sing this song for you, I sing it all for you. A word without love, nothing to me. A word without joy, nothing to me. Take my hand, speak to your heart. I need your love. Need it more and more. Never, never give my love away. Please don't give it away. Never, never give my love away. Please don't give it away. True love that I bring, and it means everything. So when you need me, I'll be there. And I'll show how much I care. A world without love, nothing to me. A world without joy, nothing to me. So take my hand and lead me straight to your heart. I need your loving, and I need you more and more. Never, never give my love away. Please don't give it away. Never, never give my love away. Please don't give it away. If I give my love to you, I give it all to you. And if I sing this song for you, I sing it all for you. A word without love, nothing to me. A word without joy, nothing to me. Take my hand and lead me straight to your heart. Need your loving, need it more and more. Never, never give my love away. Please don't give it away. Never, never give my love away. Please don't give it away. True love that I dream, and it means everything. And you need me, I'll be there. And
You lick down encore, right? I lick down bishop. Don't forget that. That's what's called a high priest. When you only get that certification from Yahuwah. You don't just appoint yourself to be a priest, you damn tramp. You damn idiot. And you got no spirituality at all. You call it Holy Spirit. It's not called that, it's called Kodesh. Stop trying to remake names up. There's nothing in the word holy, there's no power in it. It's called Kodesh. There's power in that word, Kodesh. We're trying to rearrange and take the power out of us and just give it some breath name with no power in it. You know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly what he's doing this. The Father says day by day tell the children so the children can say how it is, not add to it to make yourself look good. All that foolishness, because you'll die by that nonsense. Right? But you can get yourself a name just being underneath Father's umbrella. And he will rise you. He will rise you his way when you boost and promote him. But you can do everything on your own. For what's coming, I never hear you talking about the help of Jesus or the help of Father. I'm just talking about hitting you in your own power and your own material nonsense. That's going to help you. And you have no idea what's coming. So how's that going to help you? You damn idiot. Because you're too scared to cross over. Because Satan says if you do, I'm going to tell everyone what you've done. Anyway, I didn't realize I'm taping. Let me stop this guy, I'm taping. I don't want to push this out. Sorry guys, this is a different journey. See you guys later. We love you. Right? Just that people are waking up now to the truth. Right? And the truth is these brown sons and these brown daughters control the whole thing. It's theirs. It's all theirs. Right? And the good Gentiles that attach themselves to them who know what the dance is. They're right. They're not behind us. They're right next to us. Right? Because they are wild branches, and wild cannot go in front of natural. It's just complete foolishness. And the whole book is a Hebrew book. There's no Christian and no Muslim in it at all. They've been hiding it so they don't know who the children are, so they can carry on persecuting the children. How long do you think that was going to last? Before Father had to step in and go get his children. Huh? Which is called, wait! Thank you. Which is called awakening the dry bones. Not them. How can it be them and they don't like Jesus? How can it be them and Jesus said, when I come, I'm going to bring you there and you're going to rule under me? So that's it then. And they don't like Jesus, and Jesus hasn't come back yet. You foolish people, right? And you're insulting this whole thing just to keep your lie afloat, so you're comfortable in that lie, what you're going to die in. So that other people who want to learn this thing can't learn it because you're set in your stupid Christian ways. The book doesn't say anything about Christian at all. Nothing about Easter, nothing about Christmas, apart from the tree. Those who want to chop down the tree and dress it up and then fasten it down and then praise it. The same damn tree. Ninrod. You don't even know what Christmas is. Big white Ninrod. And Ninrod is an African. So you didn't start all this, the Africans started all this. Burning children. That come from Africa. When we went there for refuge, instead of them protecting us with refuge, they sold us and showed us all the wicked stuff they were doing. So we learned it from them. White people wasn't even around them times. Africa's got a hell of a lot to answer to. Right? Because when we was getting ready, Father said, you look frightened. We are, where do we go with it? He said, go to your sister. Right? Go to your sister in Africa. And when we went there, what do? You had Esau saying, there they are, there they are. This is what the chapter Obadiah is about. One chapter with half a page. It's half a page. Obadiah. And that is to Esau. You mean to tell me, say, the children are hiding, and then you're telling them where the children are hiding? Huh? That's what it says, no? But the whole world did this. But we was in Africa. Africa sold us out. Africa sold us out. Africa. Africa's the one that sold us out. Africa. Africa. And that's who Father's coming for as well. It's 1 and 2, Zimbabwe and them, they're nice, they're safe, because 1 and 2 of them helped us. But the majority of Africa's getting, you stay there. You stay there. Because all that's important in Africa, which you keep forgetting, is the brown children. You know, the Shem children, they're the ones that's why everything got smashed up, because of these children. Not Ethiopia. It says, I put you above Ethiopia. It's over there if you want me to read it to you. It tells you that. I put you above them. I came for you, not Ethiopia, it says. About Ethiopia. Not when it comes to these children here, these stupid idiot. The man said, I'll stop the whole world for these children. Doesn't say nothing about that, about Africa or Ethiopia at all. You need to read that book again properly. And the only reason why Ethiopia hasn't been conquered, because Father put stuff there for it not to be conquered. He's the one who said, leave that country. Not because it's tough and it can handle it. No, it isn't. Father put a curse on it and told him, don't touch that country, because he's got his stuff there. Nothing to do with you being strong, Africans being strong, Ethiopians, but Donald hates you. Donald literally hates you, as you know. You can't even get into World Cup without Donald saying he doesn't want you there. That's only because Father's got his things there for his children, nobody else. These brown children, the ones that he has got you to hate, the ones that he also changed all their second names to his name. Didn't change no African people's name, didn't change his own children's name. These children's name were changed. These children. And you're still blind to see what's going on. Because you want to live in that white lie. Because living that lie keeps you safe in that nonsense and that material foolishness. Go and ask Edward Colston. Go and ask Cabot Circus. And there's many more. And that's what you're afraid of losing. It's the Father's dismantled it already. You can't see it's getting dismantled already. Open your eyes, man. You have to pay for what you've done to the children and other people's children as well. Right? And there is no atonement in you. You're going on like you didn't do it, like it never happened. And you're still getting on with the same behavior because you haven't learned. You haven't learned from behind. Right? And then you keep scapegoating it, passing it on to other people. So Father has to step in now, right? Because you didn't shepherd the sheep. You're supposed to be the shepherd, shepherding the sheep. One's got a broken leg, one's addicted to this, one wants to change its sex, the other one's having a fight with the other sheep. This one here's got this germ. Yeah, you didn't look after the sheep. You took all the stuff of the sheep and give it to you and your mates. Now Father has to come and get the sheep and put them aside to the land that he said, and then come back and smash this up and then bring down a new heaven and a new earth. You damn tramp. You still don't understand it, do you? You damn crocker spaniel. You'll soon understand yourself. And whoever's in her, come out of her. Come out of her, beautiful children. Come out of her. Rasta.
allowing this to happen and neither intervening nor reporting it. And I
What on earth was this all for? Thousands of people are dead. There's been great economic damage done, damage as well to the Gulf states, damage to America's credibility because of the fact that they said they could do regime change, and it's clear that they couldn't. So, what does it add up to? A massive blunder by Donald Trump even getting into this war.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Jeremy Bone. Cancer researchers are hailing the results of the rollout of the HPV vaccine in secondary schools, which has prevented around 200 deaths from cervical cancer, analysis suggests. Between 2020 and 2024, for the first time, there were no deaths from cervical cancer in women aged 20 to 24 in England. And for women under 30, there was almost no risk of dying from the disease, according to the study published today in the medical journal The Lancet. Sophie Hutchinson has more.
Since 2008, across the UK, millions of girls have had the HPV jab. Some are now in their 30s, and where vaccine take-up hit 90%, the data in England shows almost none have died of cervical cancer.
It's absolutely a remarkable day. We have the possibility of eliminating cervical cancer as a public health issue here in the UK.
HPV is spread through close skin-to-skin contact, and since 2019, boys have also been vaccinated.
So what is HPV? Well, it's the human papillomavirus. There are around 200 strains, and most are harmless, but a tiny number cause cervical cancer. In fact, they're responsible for 99% of all cases, and that's why vaccinating against it can save lives.
Alexandra left school just before the HPV vaccine was introduced. At the age of 30, she was diagnosed and treated for cervical cancer.
Good girl.
Despite the almost complete removal of her cervix, she went on to have a daughter who she's determined to protect from the disease.
I'm a real advocate for this vaccine because statistics are now proving the facts. Smear tests now specifically look for HPV to reduce the risk, and I know when Ivy is old enough, I will be taking her, she will be first in the queue.
But the challenge is to vaccinate enough girls. Here in London, take-up of the jabs is the lowest in the country, and more than a third of girls leave school without being protected. The target is to vaccinate 90% in order to eliminate cervical cancer, but all parts of the UK are failing to achieve that, though catch-up vaccinations are available for anyone under 25. Sophie Hutchinson, BBC News.
A Liberal Democrat MP has had the party whip withdrawn after he was arrested. Cameron Thomas, the MP for Tewkesbury, was arrested by Gloucestershire police on Wednesday night. The party spokesperson confirmed the suspension but said they were unable to comment further while the police investigation is ongoing. The Church of England has apologised for the pain, trauma and stigma caused to those affected by historical forced adoption. Nearly 200,000 babies are thought to have been taken from their mothers in the decades since the war, simply because they were unmarried. The Prime Minister is due to issue an apology in the Commons in the coming weeks. The Archbishop of Canterbury. Between 2020 and 2024, for the first time, there were no deaths from cervical cancer in women aged 20 to 24 in England. And for women under 30, there was almost no risk of dying from the disease, according to the study published today in the medical journal The Lancet. Sophie Hutchinson has more.
Since 2008, across the UK, millions of girls have had the HPV jab. Some are now in their 30s. And where vaccine take-up hit 90%, the data in England shows almost none have died of cervical cancer.
It's absolutely a remarkable day. We have the possibility of eliminating cervical cancer as a public health issue here in the UK.
HPV is spread through close skin-to-skin contact, and since 2019, boys have also been vaccinated.
So what is HPV? Well, it's the human papillomavirus. There are around 200 strains, and most are harmless, but a tiny number cause cervical cancer. In fact, they're responsible for 99% of all cases, and that's why vaccinating against it can save lives.
Alexandra left school just before the HPV vaccine was introduced. At the age of 30, she was diagnosed and treated for cervical cancer.
Good girl.
Despite the almost complete removal of her cervix, she went on to have a daughter who she's determined to protect from the disease.
I'm a real advocate for this vaccine because statistics are now proving the facts. Smear tests now specifically look for HPV to reduce the risk, and I know when Ivy is old enough, I will be taking her, she will be first in the queue.
But the challenge is to vaccinate enough girls. Here in London, take-up of the jabs is the lowest in the country, and more than a third of girls leave school without being protected.
The target is to vaccinate 90% in order to eliminate cervical cancer, but all parts of the UK are failing to achieve that, though catch-up vaccinations are available for anyone under 25. Sophie Hutchinson, BBC News.
Liberal Democrat has had the party whip withdrawn after he was arrested. Cameron Thomas, the MP for Tewkesbury, was arrested by Gloucestershire police on Wednesday night. The party spokesperson confirmed the suspension but said they were unable to comment further while the police investigation is ongoing. The Church of England has apologised for the pain, trauma and stigma caused to those affected by historical forced adoption. Nearly 200,000 babies are thought to have been taken from their mothers in the decades since.
Data in England shows almost none have died of cervical cancer.
It's absolutely a remarkable day. We have the possibility of eliminating cervical cancer as a public health issue here in the UK.
HPV is spread through close skin-to-skin contact, and since 2019, boys have also been vaccinated.
So what is HPV? Well, it's the human papillomavirus. There are around 200 strains, and most are harmless, but a tiny number cause cervical cancer. In fact, they're responsible for 99% of all cases, and that's why vaccinating against it can save lives.
Alexandra left school just before the HPV vaccine was introduced. At the age of 30, she was diagnosed and treated for cervical cancer.
Good girl.
Despite the almost complete removal of her cervix, she went on to have a daughter who she's determined to protect from the disease.
I'm a real advocate for this vaccine because statistics are now proving the facts. Smear tests now specifically look for HPV to reduce the risk, and I know when Ivy is old enough, I will be taking her, she will be first in the queue.
But the challenge is to vaccinate enough girls. Here in London, take-up of the jabs is the lowest in the country, and more than a third of girls leave school without being protected.
The target is to vaccinate 90% in order to eliminate cervical cancer, but all parts of the UK to achieve that, though catch-up vaccinations are available for anyone under 25. Sophie Hutchinson, BBC News.
A Liberal Democrat MP has had the party whip withdrawn after he was arrested. Cameron Thomas, the MP for Tewkesbury, was arrested by Gloucestershire police on Wednesday night. A party spokesperson confirmed the suspension but said they were unable to comment further while the police investigation is ongoing. The Church of England has apologised for the pain, trauma and stigma caused to those affected by historical forced adoption. Nearly 200,000 babies are thought to be...
Nearly 200,000 babies by a church that has killed 200,000 children. Why? Because the lady wasn't married when she had the child. I mean, it doesn't say that in anywhere in the Bible at all. It says, yes, it's nice to be born in wedlock, right? But it doesn't say that because you're not born in wedlock. The church has then the right to kill and murder you. I mean, what kind of church is this then? Yeah? What kind of church is this? And then you want to come up like decades later and apologise and say you're sorry. What kind of church is this? What does the Catholic Church really offer the people when you've got history like that? And then the other day you apologise again for killing indigenous children who wouldn't conform to that Roman Catholic rubbish. So what is this church, man? Huh? That it has the right to tell women because you had a child and it wasn't in the way we saw it as men, right? We can do this too. But it's alright for you to paedophile people's children. We're talking to you, stupid son. It's alright for you to paedophile people's children and get catch for it as well. Huh? But nothing happens to you. So who's going to bodyguard Mr. Bodyguard? Huh? Who? Huh? And all the kids having his children keep getting hurt. And all we can hear is lessons will be learned. What damn lessons, you damn tramp? When you are the lesson, huh? And in Father's name, well not in his name, but in his spirit, you've been telling people that this is godly and all them things there. And tricking people like people are stupid. And when people are looking at your sons to see some sort of gentleness, some sort of kindness, some sort of compassion, some sort of give people materials to help them get by, we don't see nothing. All we hear is some nonsense about Jesus, and then people have got to give you a tenth of their money because you're going to tell Jesus. What are you going to say to him? When you know he's going to say to you, oh, tramp, depart from me, right? You live lawlessly, you little tramp. Right? I don't see how people can't see this, man. Right? I cannot see how you cannot see this. Your sons are idiots, man. Right? And you shouldn't put anything holy or anything gentle or Kodesh next to any of them. It's an insult, man. An absolute insult, guys. You're insulting yourself to put them sons next to anything nice and fair and beautiful and gentle and kind and long-suffering and long-struggling. Because if you knew about long-suffering and hardship, right, then you'd know about rejection. So when she told you, you ugly soul, just stating you ugly soul, right, you wouldn't want to kill her. When she told you she wants to be touched by someone better than you, you won't kill her, would you? You damn tramp. The bell rings as well, because you're an idiot, man. You're just an idiot. Trust me, Dan, you're an idiot. Right? And it's you matching up the word. Right? You and Esau, you're some stupid idiot sons of stuff. Father already put you in your position. Right? It's only because the children want you to be like you. Right? And where like the children didn't have no power. You thought, yeah, I'm going to step in now. And you stepped in, and look at the state of the dance now. No wonder Father didn't want us to be like you. Because if we did be like you now, and he didn't discipline us now, imagine what he'd have to kill all humans. Think about that. He'd have to kill all the humans. He'd have to think about what I'm saying to you. He'd have to kill all the humans. Right? Because it can have to be these children who show you what he wants. And all the rest of them will die. Right? And then at the sperm that we got, we just all go again. He said, I will multiply you. Like sons you've never seen before, it says. I will multiply the men like ever, it says. That's what it says. That's what it says. Just getting rid of you, lot. You serve no purpose, guys. You serve no purpose. And when you just want to do what you want, yeah, just do as we will. There's no space for you. You don't stick up for what's going on in the world. You don't stick up for humanity. You don't stick up for children. There is no space for you. And all this is a test. He's only testing you. That's what it is a test. And the children who you think's got power, they're weak. They are the weakest children. They're all dead children. They're in dead flesh. They're dead. They're dead children. Their prophecies have already been prophesied. They are dead. And all they want to do is bring you with them. And you're frightened of them. Because they walk around with other people's wealth. And they've got no money. They're trillions in debt. Their organization's cursed. It's trillions in debt. Why? Because it can never, ever prosper. Because it went against the grain of humanity. Right? And it went against the earth. This is why it's all against them. It was just waiting for the children to finish their detention. But you can't break a covenant, guys. You cannot break a covenant. It's like being married and cheating on your wife. You can't do that. You cannot do that. That's broken a covenant now. And you're still with her. No, it doesn't work like that. When you've cheated on, that's it. The dance is done. Finished. Kaput. Anything else you can work out. You have no choice. You have to. Right? But once you give away that, that's it. The dance is done. And you have to write a certificate of bill. Whoever cheated. So that's the seriousest thing is, but you just picked it up and thought, oh, no, it's a Hebrew thing, right? Because you don't do these things, right? You're a pillage, you're a savage, right? You have orgies where women put masks on and just open her legs just so she can have a baby to give to mother to burn. This is your lifestyle. This is what you do. You're a pagan. This is what pagans do. This is what heathens do. Strangers, aliens. Listen to the names they call you in the book, right? Because they know your forefathers. They know the children you come out of. You might not know it because they've been covering it up. But they are monsters, Rasta. Absolute monsters that you come out of. Monsters. Right? And the children now are realizing it because they're looking at the history and they're horrified. Because it's the children who pay for that. The children always pay. Always. And we are the witness to that. right? But there's some children he'll pick for himself. Because this thing has to be run by the children. Otherwise he'll smash all of it up and just forget about Earth and humans. If it cannot run the way he wants it. He's not going to create a place where you can just have sex with dogs and have sex with women and have sex with animals and have sex with children. You're mad. And he created for that? And he's not powerful enough to sort it out. You're a joke, Rasta. You're an absolute joke. You've been listening to them stupid, idiotic sons who have got no money. They've built this empire on money and they've got no money. The thing's trillions in debt. Every time there's a problem, they have to keep going to devil children to borrow money off them again. And they still haven't even paid the last step. They're a joke, man. They're a joke. And it's why we're messing around with them. They're a joke, that's why. They're an absolute joke. They can't do anything right, guys. They're a joke. They're cursed, that's why. For what your ancestors done. And when you open the foot, you come out. So you're cursed. And you still got the same behaviour. You're cursed, man. You're cursed. Driving around in Satan 666 cars in a peaceful house. You're cursed, though. You're cursed. You just open yourself up. That's all you've done. And he's going to die. He knows. He's happy with it. He's got no choice. But you don't even know what's going on. Because he set the life so hard. Because you do anything for scraps. You sold out, guys. And what proves that? The children. The way that these fools can come in your country and put laws and tell you that we do not eat for children. And you do nothing about it. And then you've got people like Sophia who come here and just push past 95-year-old men and nothing happens at all. And you're a joke, Rasta. That's why you're a sellout now. You're a sellout. That could never happen in London. Not at all. Not at all.
Taken from their mothers in the decades since the war, simply because they were unmarried. The Prime Minister is due to issue an apology in the Commons in the coming weeks. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Dame Sarah Mullally, acknowledged that the pain would be lifelong. We are profoundly sorry for the pain, trauma and stigma experienced and also carried today by many people as a result of the historic practices in homes associated with the Church of England. That was not acceptable and we are sorry for that. Many patients at a hospital in County Antrim for adults with complex needs were abused and systematically bullied by certain staff, a public inquiry has found. It examined what happened at Muckamore Abbey Hospital from 1999 to 2021. Claims of abuse emerged in 2017, triggering a police investigation as well as the public inquiry. The chief executive of the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust has apologised wholeheartedly. Chris Page reports and a warning that there are details of abuse in his report.
Have a look at something. The story, worse it gets.
Laura gets very agitated. Says Muddy Hayes about Muckamore.
For years, families have been standing up for sons, daughters and siblings who are too vulnerable to speak for themselves.
Good boy.
Aaron Brown was physically abused in Muckamore Abbey Hospital. When his father Glyn began to raise concerns, he discovered they went much wider.
With knowledge of other people. And now, instead of him being one of the worst treated, there's others of that baton's been passed to others, and it's been a long and tortuous route.
Laura Sharp spent 17 years in Muckamore. Her parents, Mark and Marjorie, were never satisfied with how indications of ill treatment were investigated.
Mark had asked Laura, have you any bruises on you? And she had bruises all around her chest. And she stood up and said she was scared.
We left it to Muckamore to investigate themselves. We brought it to management of Muckamore, and 3 days later, there was no evidence.
Questions about Muckamore first came to public attention after a review of CCTV in 2017. The inquiry found the abuse did not involve every patient, nor a majority of the staff. But the report said many patients had their lives made miserable by systematic bullying by certain members of staff whose job it was to look after them.
People were walking past and allowing this to happen and neither intervening nor reporting it. And I think that's profoundly shocking.
Families said the warning signs should have been acted upon.
There was red flags everywhere. but everybody was wearing blinkers. Nobody wanted to see.
A separate criminal inquiry has been running for 9 years. The police have reported 124 people to prosecutors. They have so far given directions to prosecute 58 people who are at various stages of the court process. The Belfast Health Trust's investigation has resulted in 19 staff members being dismissed. The Trust has apologised to patients who were harmed.
You did not deserve to be treated in this way. You deserved safety, dignity and compassion.
Mockamore Abbey Hospital was supposed to be a place of care, but it was the site of a scandal on a huge scale. Chris Page, BBC News.
Now, as you may know, England's World Cup got underway last night in Dallas with an emphatic 4-2 win against Croatia, delighting fans all over the country. Captain Harry Kane opened the scoring in the first half with a retaken penalty and then equalled the England record for World Cup goals held by Gary Lineker with a stunning header, his 10th across 3 tournaments. By half-time, Croatia had equalised, but then both Jude Bellingham and Marcus Rashford found the net. Man of the match said the team had been raring to go.
I'm feeling, I said before, at my best level, at my peak right now, and I think it was important to start the tournament well. Obviously, the first game you want to kind of get on the board as a striker for sure. So coming into it, having to wait 6-7 days, watching all the other games, I think everyone was itching to get out there, me included. So obviously nice to start with this win today.
Well, it was an emotional watch for England's many fans of all ages. Newsround's Nina Bliss for some of the younger ones.
From the packed-out stadiums
Come on, England!
to the playground pitches, it was a big night for some of England's newest fans.
I'm really excited because this is the first one that I got to stay up late, and the last one I was 6 years old, so I really couldn't remember anything about that. And I stayed up to 11:10, but then I soon fell asleep because I was really, really tired.
How are you feeling today?
Quite tired. I'm surprised I'm not lying down asleep right now.
And what about people in your class? How tired are they?
Very tired, yeah. I feel like everyone wants to watch the game. I think everyone wants to support the team, so you've got to watch the game. Come on, you can't miss that.
These children are just some of many who stayed up late to support England for the first time. And it wasn't just the pupils.
Absolutely, I stayed up way past my bedtime last night. It's been a little bit crazy. The children knew England were playing and they've been gearing up to the match. And we do promote a good night's sleep and good attendance to help children's education. But they've all had a late night, but they've turned up for school on time this morning. And although they're a bit tired, they're still prepared to learn. So we feel it's all good. You really get a sense of excitement through that tiredness, and it is magical to see in some respects.
It may be their first taste of World Cup fever, but they've already got some strong predictions for the games ahead.
When they get to the knockouts, I don't think they'll make it to the final and win. I think we'll probably get quarters or semi-final, because I don't think we'll have enough to get to finals. Where everyone's saying it's coming home and England's getting better. I'm happy about the game results, and it's coming home, yeah? It's coming home! It's coming home!
Nina Blissett, BBC News.
Well, our sports editor Dan Rowan joins us now from Texas. Well, the fans are confident, Dan, but England have got a long way to go.
They do, yes. I should say it's stiflingly hot here in Dallas today, but the England fans that remain here in Texas, they're still basking in the warm glow of that somewhat chaotic but thrilling victory over Croatia here last night. One that will surely be remembered as among the best results that England have enjoyed in the opening match of a World Cup campaign. The team itself flew back to their Kansas City base straight after that match. Those that weren't involved have been training today. Those that were have been recovering, but they can now look forward with real confidence to their next match against Ghana on Tuesday in Boston. And already there, of course, are Scotland. The focus is now about to really return to them after their opening win against Haiti at the weekend. It means that they're top of Group C, but they're about to experience a step up in class now against Morocco, ranked 6th in the World Cup semi-finalists last time round. The manager Steve Clarke though has been talking about how the underdog status could suit his side, and if they can get a draw, they'll be all but guaranteed a place in the knockout stage for the first time in history.
Dan, thank you. Dan Rowan there. Voters are going to the polls in 3 by-elections taking place across England and Scotland. People in Makerfield in Greater Manchester have been casting votes in what's being seen as one of the most consequential by-elections for decades. On the east coast of Scotland, they've also been out in Arbroath and Broughty Ferry, a new constituency seat created at the last election, and in Aberdeen South, in the heart of the offshore energy industry. Polls close for all 3 by-elections at 10 o'clock tonight. An ancient oak tree, which according to legend is linked to Robin Hood, believed by experts to have died. The major oak, which has stood at the heart of Sherwood Forest in Nottinghamshire for an estimated 1,200 years, has failed to produce leaves this year. The conservation charity, the RSPB, which manages the woodland, said the tree had been affected by factors including recent heat waves and droughts. For now, the tree will be left on the site and acorns and cuttings from it have been grown into saplings. Archaeologists believe that they found an earlier version of Stonehenge 3 miles away in Wiltshire. The team think that holes they've discovered may have held large wooden posts which aligned with the sun on the longest and shortest days of the year. They're 500 years older than the stones at Stonehenge. The archaeologist Phil Harding led the excavations.
It was part of a big project to build a housing estate. We found about 48 pits, rubbish pits, cylindrical pits. There were 2 that were different. What I did, what archaeologists always do, I got my pencil and ruler and I joined them up. And I was aware that they were kind of pointing in the general direction of the sunrise on midsummer. And when I pulled back and looked at the bigger landscape, I realised that my line was exactly parallel to the same solstitial alignment at Stonehenge. And I thought, wow, it's not something you can hold in your hand, but it really is a find. And so, yes, it caps them all.
Time for a look at the weather now with Louise Lear. Midsummer this weekend, of course, Louise.
It is, and look at this. We're all going to be talking about sunshine and heat over the next few days. Rita, may be too hot for most of us. High pressure is going to build and push its way steadily north. Lots of sunshine around, increasing heat. How hot? Well, we're likely to see those temperatures peak on Monday, and we could, across England and Wales, see temperatures just over 30 degrees. Even the sunshine and the heat as well pushing its way steadily north. And it's not just the UK that will be seeing some extreme heat. Really, we could have some record-breaking heat across parts of Europe, particularly in France, where we are likely to see temperatures peak at 39 Celsius on Monday. That could be the highest June temperature ever recorded in France. You can see how far above the average these temperatures are likely to be. Let's get back to the here and now, because we have got some rain in the forecast. In fact, it's been a pretty wet day across the far north and west, with some thundery downpours here. The rain quite heavy at times as well. Now that rain is easing away. We had some thunderstorms down along the Kent coast that's clearing, and we keep those clearer skies across central and eastern England. So over the next few hours, clear skies but a muggy, uncomfortable night to come. But just take a look at the rain. Another frontal system will bring a pulse of heavy rain into Scotland and Northern Ireland, and that will gradually drift its way into the north of England. It'll be a misty, murky start with cloudy skies out to the west first thing tomorrow morning. Lots of sunshine, lots of heat across central and eastern England. Tomorrow we could see temperatures 29, 30 degrees, cooler and fresher to the far north and west. But it's likely that the heat will build and the drier weather will arrive in time for the weekend. Too hot.
Louise, thank you very much. That's it from us. Now it's time for the news where you are. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rita. Hello, welcome everyone to Thursday's Points West. Hasn't it been a beautiful day? Thanks for waiting for us. Our main story tonight, how to spot a scam. Children are taught how to avoid the fraudsters after fears they might be used as money mules.
Someone who makes a decision at age 13 is still seeing the impacts of that choice age 20. They want a loan to go to university. That's not an option. You can't even have a bank account
The classes are being trialled here and could be rolled out nationwide. Also on the programme this evening, Lewis Moody hits Gloucester and Bath on his epic cycle challenge for MND research. The memorabilia making millions. We're behind the scenes at a record-breaking auction house in Wiltshire, selling items from the Titanic. And the West Country goes wild as England start their World Cup campaign with a bang. Good evening. First tonight, school children are being taught how to avoid scams and stay safe from fraudsters. The lessons have been developed with the police in North Somerset and could be rolled out nationwide. It follows concerns that some young people could be targeted by criminals. Martin Jones has more.
That generally is a scam.
Children as young as 10 being taught the difference between safe and scam.
There will be more lessons to come.
This is a pilot lesson designed by police to help them understand money laundering.
Okay. There's mostly reds and oranges, a couple of greens.
Kids are often recruited online through offers that sound too good to be true. And this lesson helps them spot the risks.
If you had to explain to someone what a money mule was, what would you say?
Is when someone gives you money that they've done like a bad thing or a crime for, like dirty money. They don't want to get told, so they want to give it to you. You might end up spending it, and then if you went to the bank would find out like what kind of money this is.
Using the vocab money laundering and money mules is really powerful for them because it's something they love vocab, it's something they'll really hinge on to and remember, which is what we want. Today they could all tell me what a money mule is and money laundering, so I think it was really effective, yeah.
The lesson plans were developed at a school in North Somerset and should be available nationwide from the autumn, motivated by seeing the effect on people who got drawn in.
That is devastating. It's absolutely devastating. Someone who makes a decision at age 13 is still seeing the impacts of that choice age 20. As they grow up, there'll be financial markers on their bank accounts, which means they can't buy the latest phone. That if they want a loan to go to university, that's not an option. You can't even have a bank account, which means you can't work.
So we made an appeal with the bank. This man, who we're calling Pavan, wishes he'd known the risks when he was younger.
It feels horrible because you're basically being separated from doing normal things or participating in society as a normal person. You know, it leads you to think, is it even worth living at this point?
After opening his first bank account at the age of 16, he lent his bank card to a friend who said his mum needed to receive money. Pavan says his own lack of financial knowledge meant it didn't ring any alarm bells.
You just think, oh, I'm doing him a favour, I'm helping his mum out. You're thinking, what's wrong with that?
In the next 2 weeks, about £2,500 was transferred into and out of his account.
When you're in a vulnerable position, you get targeted. I'd say common sense sometimes doesn't apply.
His bank, Santander, closed his account and blacklisted Pavan with 3 major anti-fraud databases. That meant no bank account and no credit.
You can't get a job, you can't go anywhere, you can't go on holiday with your family, you can't even do the basic things that a lot of people take for granted.
The fraud databases say they act on instructions from their members, who are mostly banks. They say they take individual circumstances into account. And now 6 years have passed, fraud markers against Pavan have been removed.
So we have complex detection systems that flag unusual on this account. We then try to speak to the customer, and that's really important that if the bank calls, you are honest with the bank, because we assess every case on its own individual merit. So we need to understand what your involvement is, what you've been involved with. The most important thing, though, is that people realise the seriousness of the crime that they're involved in. They're allowing people, criminals, to move money that they've stolen from other people through the banking system.
If you're a child who got themselves involved in a situation like this, you shouldn't treat them like a criminal. Especially when schools didn't add on, fraud awareness, fraud safety into the curriculum.
Okay. Anyone got any other questions?
And that is exactly what these lessons are designed to address. Pallen supports them and says he'd even be prepared to go into schools to tell his story, the very definition of a cautionary tale. Martin Jones, BBC Points West.
Looks like a very good idea. Now, some breaking news tonight, and in the last hour, a Gloucestershire MP has been suspended by his party after being arrested and questioned by the police. Cameron Thomas has represented Tewkesbury for the Liberal Democrats since 2024. It's emerged that Gloucestershire police are investigating allegations involving the 43-year-old. While that's ongoing, the party have said his membership has been suspended. A court has heard how a 9-year-old girl died very swiftly from a single knife wound at her home in Weston-super-Mare. A pathologist told the court that Aria Thorpe died after being stabbed in the heart with a green plastic-handled kitchen knife, but was unable to say what position she'd been in before being hurt. A 16-year-old boy is on trial, accused of her murder and manslaughter. He denies both charges. The Church of England has told birth mothers and children affected by historical forced adoptions that it is profoundly sorry for its involvement. But the adult adoptee movement, which represents children forcibly removed from mothers, has criticised the apology. Vic Fielder is the group's co-founder and lives in Somerset. She believes multiple generations have suffered unimaginable trauma and says it doesn't go far enough.
What if I cheated you? What if I cheated you?
As an adoptee, we weren't mentioned.
What if I cheated
So, from our point of view, they haven't acknowledged any of the harm that they caused us. And by dint of that, the harm they caused our mothers. They only mention the mother and baby homes. They don't mention the role of the clergy. They don't mention the role of the moral welfare workers. They are trying to slide out of culpability.
Of course they are.
Vic did appreciate the personal apology published by the Bishop of Bath and Wells today and is now awaiting a full apology from the government, which is due to be published in the future.
You have to use that word holy. It's an insult, man.
The Bath and England rugby player Lewis Moody arrived at his former club today as part of his 500-mile bike ride. The challenge is raising money for MND research and follows Lewis's own diagnosis last year. It all started in Newcastle on Sunday, with Lewis reaching Gloucester this morning. Our sports editor Alistair Durden has been following his progress.
Crossing the line in Bath after another 80 miles done. Riding alongside his two sons, Lewis Moody tackling MND with the same fearless attitude that characterised his career.
No, it's not nice to be the person that everyone's here for. Honestly.
And I'll be left to park the
I don't like doing the face on the van.
That's serious.
You know,
but I just got me ridiculous.
we're doing it for a reason, and that reason is to combat this disease.
Lewis was diagnosed with MND last year. Now he wants to raise more awareness and funds for research into the condition.
Lewis has been
knows who we are.
Genuinely inspiring on this trip. He's had to dig in obviously more than anyone. Motor neuron, horrible disease, and needs tackling, so this is part of it.
Today they stopped off at King's home to see former Gloucester player Ed Slater, diagnosed with MND 4 years ago. On the journey with him, teammates from his career.
You realise why rugby is such an amazing sport, why we're such a family. So yeah, I would say bottom sore, legs okay, but I haven't shut up, so I'm getting a lot of stick.
He's putting in some power on the bike. There's a couple of times he's dropped me on the hill as well, and I'm like, he's remarkable. There's still the competitive element as well.
I think we've all been impressed and admired his positive attitude to it. He's out there on the bike, he's putting in the miles, and Lewis is leading from the front as always.
And then on to Bath, where the big crowds were ready to greet him, including close friends and family.
Yeah, it's been tough. I think he's obviously finding it harder the longer it goes on, but they're great, Junior along, and he loves the crowds. He just loves the crowds.
I'm just really proud of him.
he's using his platform to help others, like he always has. So yeah, I just think that he's really inspirational. I'm in awe of him.
The ride has already raised over £300,000. There are 2 more days to go, finishing at Twickenham on Saturday. Alistair Dillon, BBC Points West.
Oh, isn't he doing brilliantly? We're all really proud. Right, you're watching Points West. Been a funny time. That'll be the football. Thank you for being with us all the same. And there's lots still ahead on the programme tonight. I'll be welcoming a history heavyweight into the studio. Dave Slaughter's been shortlisted for Most Inspiring History Teacher in the country.
And you may not find this to be good news, but there's another heat wave on the way. We'll be in the low 30s by Monday, and it could last quite a while.
What does American citizenship actually mean?
What does American citizenship actually mean? Right. I'll do this. I'll do this. I'll let you rest for a bit. And I got it start. And I got it. Pickle King. Jojo. Pickle King. Come here. Right. You're there. Take it with me, yeah? Guys, I got you do some cooking. See you. Bye.